Alrighty, so what we're starting to face now, what we're starting to see more and more is that Donald Trump is a fucking lunatic, and there's not going to be a lot that can be done about it because Donald Trump 48 hours ago, give or take a little bit less than 48 hours ago, said I'm going to just start bombing all of Iran power plants if Iran doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz. Well, that's great and all, but bombing power plants is indiscriminately is a fucking war crime. So you can't just do that. I was finishing up reviewing the decision matrix for military strike options. I wanted to make sure that I had refreshed my memory. But let's take a look at.
I always sucked at gaming.
Let's take a look at the baseline first. So. Oh, hold on. That's what the problem is. Here we go.
Iran doesn't open up the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours, the United States will, quote, hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest first. We're going to continue to monitor. Iran doesn't open up.
If Iran doesn't fully open up without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. That's good, Donald. You can't do that. You can't do that because there's a whole decision matrix about, are we striking legitimate military targets, or are we disproportionately targeting civilian infrastructure? Well, then it was funny to me because Donald Trump doesn't understand, and I can't believe that he doesn't get this, but a lot of the world is just straight telling Donald Trump no, and he doesn't know what to do about it. I think Donald Trump is Donald Trump, if you are familiar with his book Art of the Deal, the art of the deal, he views the word no as not yet. Donald Trump has literally said he doesn't interpret the word no as the end of it. He interprets it as part of the process. He believes, Donald Trump, and it's in his book, he believes if somebody says no, you just have to figure out a way to weaken them or leverage them until you can flip that no. He emphasizes coming back with a different angle, better terms, or more pressure. And remember, he's talking about business, but this lays out what the guy's mentality is. And it doesn't shock me that this guy has been accused of sexual assault and rape, because this is like a rapist's mentality. If no means anything but no to you, then, you know, yeah, kind of rapey of him to say that. He also said in that book, never admit to being wrong or take accountability. Right, and that's a big problem for me, because leadership is that you admit when you're wrong so that you can learn from it and move forward and not make that same mistake again. He said you have to project confidence at all times. Never look weak in public or in negotiations. If something goes sideways, reframe it, shift focus, and move on. Admitting you're wrong can weaken your position in a deal, so hold firm. And public perception is more important than the outcome, because public perception of you today impacts all of your future dealings. Well, here's the problem with that. Around the world, people think the United States is a joke because our president is fucking laughable. As I said, I understand one method of winning a war is to fight a war the way we used to fight wars. Like, we live in like this bullshit military thought process that we're gonna win wars by being polite. We're gonna win wars by winning the hearts and minds. I forgot which general said it. There is a George S. Patton. There used to be this big thought process in the military, like in the different militaries of the world, that like the greatest thing a man can do is die for his country. And General Patton in World War II, May 1944, he said, "No bastard ever won a war by dying for his country. He won it by making the other poor dumb bastard die for his." And that is a really important thought process between the differences of the different eras of our military. We're trying to, like, we've destroyed all of Iran's air force. We've destroyed all of Iran's navy. Iran managed, using a very low-tech Chinese radar, to fire a missile at an F-35. The F-35's stealth didn't fail, but one thing, like, people have a misunderstanding of stealth. Stealth is not a cloaking device. They're not the fucking Romulans. They're not the fucking Klingons. I can see a stealth jet. If I sit out by, like, Whiteman Air Force Base and a B-2 takes off, I can see the B-2 take off. It's a big black flying fucking Dorito. What it means is that, and what people don't understand is, and there's a wonderful content creator, his name is Habitual Line Crosser, and he's authorized by the military to talk about some of this. He knows what he can and cannot talk about. There are two types of radars, and the two types of radar is the radar that is attached to, and don't mock my art, man, because my art is second to fucking none, right? So you've got the weapons system radar, and then you've got the general big radar that sees things moving. And this big general radar can see a stealth bomber. It can see an F-22. It can see an F-35. It can see a Nighthawk. It can see something is out there, but it tells the weapons station there's something out there. And this type of radar that's needed to get a weapons lock says, I don't see a plane, I just see a duck moving at Mach 2. I see a bumblebee moving at Mach 2. We're talking 0.0001 square meter radar cross section. And the weapons system radar says, I can't lock on to that. Now, Iran managed to lock on to a heat signature. Well, stealth doesn't do anything to mask a heat signature. And that's, people are like, Iran is the first country to shoot down an F-35. Well, Iran didn't shoot down an F-35. Iran damaged an F-35. The F-35 landed, damaged, but it landed. There is something to be said, though, about, and I've said it for 9 years, there's something to be said about the decisions that our congressmen made, our presidents made, our bean counters made, and that is, instead of buying 400 F-22s, we decided to buy less than 200. But the R&D cost was already sunk into those jets. So for those of you that aren't familiar with military logistics, 95% of the cost of an item is the peanut butter spread of the R&D. So if I'm going, and we're going to assume that each of these jets costs 100, the quantity doesn't change the cost of making the physical jet. But you have, the pluses should be here. So you spend $1 billion. You spend, we're gonna say $500 billion. You spend $500 billion in your R&D, and you decide to build 400 of whatever that you researched, right? Well, that just adds on 1.25 million to the process. Right, I didn't do that. That's wrong. 1.25 billion. I forgot 3 zeros. So you spend 500 billion designing the F-22. You're gonna buy 400 of them. Each one costs 1.25 billion plus an extra 100 million. Because this is the column of what it takes to actually make the plane, and this is the fair share of the R&D. Well, when you take that same $500 billion researched aircraft and you only buy 150 of them, right? Now you spend 3.33 billion per plane. You'll notice that this number doesn't go down because you decide to buy 250 less of the finished product. What you're doing is, this money's already spent, this money's already sunk, this money's already gone. You've spent this over 20 or 30 years in the development of the weapons system. So our congressmen are like, well, the way we're going to save money is by buying less of them. They cost 100 million to make. Well, yeah, but see, they really cost 3.4 billion each to make. No, they don't. That money's already gone. There is no, now, the F-22 is an amazing piece of military hardware. But the problem is, it's very, very expensive to maintain. And I can't give exact figures because I don't know what the public-facing figures are. But there's a lot of hours of ground time that have to touch the jet for every hour of time the jet flies. As opposed to the F-35 that has a much smaller turn time, a much smaller time on ground. Give me 1 second. Something's going on with my cat. Sorry. The orange cat couldn't find his son, so he was in here dancing at my feet, acting like his little boy was gone. His little boy is sleeping. All right, so we've got Donald Trump making these threats, but what Donald Trump forgets is that he has a bias. Donald Trump wrote a book. I have a video of Donald Trump.
Ron doesn't open up.
I have a video of how Donald Trump believes he can operate. And the big problem is the rest of the world no longer gives a shit. This is Donald Trump's foreign affairs opinion. That's how Donald Trump thinks that he can operate. He thinks that he can just roll around the world stage and everybody has to do what Donald wants. I wouldn't consider it a war crime against Iran. Iran is a shithole with a terrible regime that kills people on a daily basis. Let me stop you a couple of reasons. You just said Iran is a terrible regime, so you support killing Iranian people. So what makes us any better than the Iranian regime? When you blow up civilian power plants, you close down hospitals. You turn off water pumps. You turn off ventilators. You turn off air conditioning. You turn off freezers, fridges. Food goes to waste. First of all, Iran isn't a shithole. Let me stop you right there. Iran isn't a shithole. A lot of people take a lot of social science reports, and what they do is they extrapolate things, and what they don't gather is there's a report that by American standards, 30% of Iranians live in poverty. America only has 12%. Well, let me address that a couple of different ways. Why do Americans immediately think that we're 3 times better than Iran because we have 1/3 of the poverty? We're the richest fucking country on the planet. We're the richest country. It takes the next 3 countries on the GDPs to equal what the United States GDP is. Why do we have 12% poverty? And why do we say that's okay and then start calling other countries shitholes? Even in that shithole of a country, they have close to 97% literacy. America has 20% functional level 1 illiteracy. I want you to think about that for a second. In America, the richest country on the planet, by the next three countries combined, 1 out of every 5 Americans, adults, read at the 3rd grade level, which is basically functional illiteracy. 54% of Americans read at the 6th grade level or below. But we're sending record numbers of people to college. They graduate college. So they graduate grade 16. Because you can't have 54% of your total population reading at the 6th grade level or below unless you have some amount of your college graduates. The regime is real bad. How do we get rid of the regime? I mean, the regime made Iran bad. Persia is the real Iran in my opinion. My intention was not to offend the Iranians. Right, but here's the problem. I'm gonna say this to you. It's really easy to say the Iranian regime is bad. But if you listed out every single thing about the Iranian regime, I can list out something about the Trump regime that's the exact same line. And then my question would be, if we're using this bad to say we got to get rid of Iran, by what right do we do that? Because in Crab, if Crab shows up, Crab will say, well, Iran killed a bunch of protesters. They went to the hospitals to finish them off. Yeah, it's fucking terrible. I think Alex Peretti and Nicole Good represent murders on behalf of our regime. Before Trump, we had Derek Kavanaugh. We have 22,000 murders, give or take a year, in America. Isn't that equally fucking terrible? Like, how do you take the moral high road and say we need to bomb Iran because what? Our own intelligence community has said since Operation Midnight Fury last year, Iran had developed no new enrichment capability. Iran was negotiating with us last year. We didn't like the way the negotiations went, so we blew up their nuclear enrichment facility. Then they came back to the negotiating table, and they'd been negotiating. And then we started a war that Donald Trump would be, I'm going to strike a bunch of military targets and force you to capitulate. What? I'm finding it harder and harder to see America as the good guys and Iran as the bad guys. 1 in 6 American children live in poverty. And I'm not talking this like itty bitty baby poverty. I'm talking 1 in 6 American children will get a meal at lunchtime on Friday. They won't eat on Saturday. They won't eat on Sunday. And the first time they'll eat is breakfast at their school on Monday. I don't know. It gets really hard for me to say Donald Trump had any level of justification to bomb the shit out of Iran because of how terrible the Iranian regime is. I mean, for me, it's hard. We have kids that don't have enough to eat. We live in a country where over the weekend, yesterday, I raised money for Extra Life. And I think Iran never had 100% enriched uranium in their country. Let me stop you there. Iran never had 100% enriched uranium. They had weapons grade uranium that was inside of a French controlled nuclear reactor facility, but they never had 100% enriched uranium. We don't need to bullshit and make up numbers that aren't true. The French brought weapons grade uranium to a nuclear power plant they built for Iran. They could have taken that if they wanted. Right. Well, they couldn't have. Isn't that just the same as weapons of mass destruction? Well, right. Weapons of mass destruction are chemical, biological, or nuclear. They cause mass destruction. But here's the problem that I have about saying the Iranian regime is terrible. I'm not saying the Iranian regime isn't terrible. I'm saying, no, let me, hold on a second, and then I'll get back to that. And it wasn't 02. It wasn't in 02 that we did that. But you live in a country where streamers have to raise money. It was after 9/11, but it wasn't in 02. We have to raise money for Extra Life for Kids. It was 03. It was March of 03. It was March 20th, 2003 that we went into Iraq. But I'll give some details on that in a second. So we're talking about how terrible Iran is, but America's great. Then why the fuck does Extra Life exist? I hope that before my death, Extra Life and the Children's Miracle Network is gone because it's no longer needed. I hope to live long enough that every American child gets free healthcare. Now, if you're bringing up the invasion of Iraq because of weapons of mass destruction, let me help you out with something. We know Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. We know that he had sarin gas. We know he had other chemical weapons. Number one, if you remember the first Gulf War, he used them. Number two, we knew he had chemical weapons because we sold them to him. The United States Department of Defense from back in the 70s had the delivery receipts. Because if you remember, we gave Saddam Hussein his entire army, his entire air force. We trained him as a combat pilot because Saddam Hussein was supposed to take care of Iran for us. And then when Saddam Hussein had the fourth largest military in the world built up, and he looked at Iran and he looked at us and he said, I'm gonna need a little bit more. And yeah, I'm gonna need a little bit more. And we're like, no, you can't have any more. We gave you all we're giving you. He's like, well, I'm not about to fucking, no, fuck that. I'm just not your ally anymore. But I'll invade Kuwait. The problem is, we use the pretense of weapons of mass destruction to go into Iraq. We went into Iraq because Saddam tried to kill Bush Sr. and Jr. wanted to make sure that the Hussein threat against his father was dealt with. But the problem is, by what right does the United States ever invade another country because they're developing nukes? We have them. Russia has them. North Korea has nukes and we don't invade them. It's about oil. It's about geopolitical influence. They literally used the WMD lie again to justify this attack on Iran. Right, because Iran has not attempted to enrich any uranium since last year, Operation Midnight Fury. Midnight Hammer. Iran hasn't been enriching uranium. That's right, nukes keep countries safe from countries that have nukes. No, nukes don't keep countries safe from countries that have nukes. Intercontinental ballistic missiles with nukes on them keep countries safe. North Korea can nuke Seoul anytime they want. North Korea can bomb South Korea with nuclear weapons anytime they want. There's nothing stopping them. The flight time for a missile from North Korea into Seoul is between 60 and 180 seconds. If you move mobile launchers close to the border, North Korea has allegedly 6 nuclear weapons. They put 6 nuclear tipped missiles and they fire 494 non-nuclear missiles, and now you've got a fairly good chance of dropping a nuke into the middle of Seoul. But what does that do? Yeah, they were supposed to get Saddam in the first Gulf War. But wouldn't they take fallout from being that close? They would. That's why they don't do it. North Korea doesn't nuke South Korea because they know they'll have fallout. But at the same time, the world can't risk invading North Korea now because they can't be sure that a nuke won't get lobbed into South Korea. That's it. That's the nuclear fucking deterrent. The problem is, Iran has outright stated, if we get nukes, we are going to use them. That is it. That is what they said. If we get nukes, we are going to eliminate Israel. They also say death to America. Right, but until this weekend, they had no ability to strike on any American location other than the ones we deliberately put in the Middle East. Now, it looks like Iran has ballistic missiles that can hit Diego Garcia. Do I agree with the decision Trump made to start this conflict? No. Because before you start a conflict, you have to be able to articulate why. Why are you starting this conflict? You want Iran to negotiate. They were negotiating. Iran was literally negotiating with the United States in good faith. The problem is Donald Trump wasn't getting what he wanted fast enough. Donald Trump thinks he's the parent in the parent-toddler negotiation. Donald Trump, because he's surrounded himself with sycophants, kind of like Stephen Sharif at Intrepid Studios, Donald Trump is not the parent in the parent-toddler negotiation. Donald Trump is the toddler. Donald Trump has to understand, no means no. Death to America thing is similar. It's extremist rhetoric, but it really describes death to American power in the military. Hold on a second, Quackums. Before we go down that route, I'm gonna pinch that one off. That's not true. It can be true, but it's not automatically true. Some of the groups in the Middle East that chant death to America, chant death to America, and they mean any American they come across. Others they mean death to the spread of American imperialism, the spread of American democracy. Extremists are impossible to negotiate with by the very virtue of them being extremists. But Donald Trump is an extremist. Donald Trump could very easily find himself with a warrant out for his arrest at the International Criminal Court. Now, I know what some people are going to say, but we haven't agreed to be judged by the International Criminal Court. And you're right. And the ICC is a big fucking joke anyway. Putin travels around the world as a wanted criminal inside the ICC. Benjamin Netanyahu travels around the world as a wanted criminal by the International Criminal Court. We've got problems. I don't think there was an actual warrant for W. No. There were calls and complaints for both Donald Trump and W. W specifically because of torture allegations. But they didn't consider him to have committed war crimes. There was speculation that Guantanamo Bay was a human rights violation because you created a facility outside of your nation's own laws in order to ensure that your laws didn't apply to your detainees. This is where the guy that was here a while ago, and I had to ban because he's a fucking mouthpiece, he would have been on the right agenda. Doesn't it say in the Quran to kill anyone that doesn't convert or pay a tax? Wouldn't that be considered evil? Cody, I'm going to suggest that you do a lot more reading into Islam and Christianity, because there's only one religion that butchered all the people inside of Jerusalem when they retook it. And you got a 50-50 shot, and I'll give you your odds of 100%. The Muslims aren't the ones that butchered everyone inside the walls when they retook Jerusalem. When the Christians retook Jerusalem, they killed all the Muslims, all the Jews, and all the Christians. Yes, the Quran has some things in the Quran that are fucked up. So does the Old Testament. Yeah, the Crusades. The Muslims didn't butcher everybody inside the walls of Jerusalem when they retook the city. The Christians did. Yes, the Quran has these phrases in it. The Old Testament tells you to stone anyone or to kill anyone that works on the Sabbath. The Old Testament says to kill homosexuals. In fact, Sodom was destroyed by God. So, yes, the Quran is full of a bunch of bullshit. Not all of it's bullshit, but there's a bunch of bullshit that is true in it that says to wage their holy war against the infidel. I got bad news for you on one thing. Because most people aren't linguistics. Most people don't study the linguistics of the history of words. The Christians and the Jews aren't the infidel. That book is talking about people that don't follow the prophet Jesus or Judaism or the teachings of Muhammad. The infidel is all the pagans. Wouldn't Christians say that since Jesus came, he gave the new covenant, so the Old Testament rules don't apply? No. In fact, no, we wouldn't say that at all. We would say that Jesus set down new rules, and those things that he specifically changed, we override. But if Jesus didn't specifically address conflictions, the Old Testament is just as much part of the Christian Bible as the New Testament. The trick here is, the big one that I can give you the example of is Jews have to keep kosher. Jews keep kosher. Jesus, as a rabbi, was asked, "Rabbi, why don't you keep kosher?" Because it makes you unclean. And Jesus' response, paraphrasing here, was that anything that God created that you take into yourself cannot make you unclean. Bacon can't make you unclean. Pork can't make you unclean. My Father created that for you. Put bacon on your fucking cheeseburger. Remember, devout Jews following the most stringent rules can't have a cheeseburger. Cheeseburger, right to hell. Why? Because you're mixing meat and dairy. At the end of the day, man, I don't think God's gonna send you to hell because you like a quarter-pound double stack with cheese. Know what I'm saying? But if you say, oh, Islam is ridiculous with these things, well, I got bad news for the Jews. If we're gonna say we're gonna condemn all of the Muslims for being evil because of what's written in their book, well, according to the Jews, there's only space for 144,000 people in heaven. 12,000 people from each of the 12 tribes. That's all the spots there are. Don't you think in 10,000 years of history, the club is full and you're not getting in? $5 and a photo ID or you're not getting in. That's the problem. The people are like, would you stop eating bacon if a Muslim asked you to? I'd stop eating bacon in front of the Muslim. As I've told you, I'm sure when I die, God I'm pretty sure that on Judgment Day, I'm gonna get sent right to the big office, and the big guy is going to say, why do you have a symbol of my faith on one arm and a symbol of the pagan faiths on another? And I'll say, because you said don't worship any gods before you never said anything about don't worship other gods. Ain't that about a bitch? I believe that the Christian God created the heavens and the earth. I also believe he sent his only beloved son to the Middle East so Cat Williams could say, whose goddamn white baby is this? But I also believe that all people on the planet are God's children, which means he sent other visions, other ideas, other ideologies to the Germanians, the Norse, the Saxons, the Welsh, the Gaulish, the Germanians, the Native Americans. I believe that God created all that. So why the fuck am I going to be busy hating a Muslim because of their fucking views? You don't want me to eat bacon in front of you? I won't eat bacon in front of you. Yeah, if you're a Jew and you keep kosher, I will, to the maximum extent of my ability to, honor your tradition. Also, when I was in the military, I had Muslims that served under me. I had Muslims that served under me during Ramadan. And every like a couple of days before Ramadan, I got them all together for a special briefing with their chaplain so that they could be reminded, you have chosen to serve in the United States military. Ramadan falls in a ridiculous hot part of the year, right? It doesn't always have to be hot, but when the flight line's 115 degrees, you must drink water. I can't drink water because it's a sin. That's why your Muslim chaplain is here, to explain to you that you can drink water by your own faith because your service requires such. Or save all 30 days of your leave every year and take all 30 days of your leave during Ramadan. But if you fall out on the fucking flight line, I gotta write you up. Because I'm gonna ask you the question, have you been properly hydrating? And then you're gonna either tell me, no, I haven't, so you violated a direct order, or you're gonna tell me, yes, I have. And then when the doctor tells me that you're dehydrated, I'm gonna have to write you up for lying to a superior officer. That's why I found it just easy to bring their chaplain in, so their chaplain could explain to them, yes, you can drink water during the day. Now, I put a lot of them on nights, to the best of my ability. For the people, for the members of the Jewish religion that worked for me, I gave them their Sabbath off. For the devout Roman Catholics I had worked for me, I made sure that they had the opportunity to go to Mass. I might not be able to give them the whole day off on Sunday, but I'm like, hey, you got to be at work on Sunday because it's your time, and it's your time in the schedule to be on Sunday. But there's Mass on base at 9 o'clock. Go to Mass on base. Well, that's not my parish. Look, I am trying my very best to accommodate you. I understand it's not your parish. Go to Mass on base. It says keep holy the Sabbath day. It doesn't say keep holy the Sabbath day at your parish. Then I looked into that person's parish because it was my parish as well. And I said, you're not gonna get out of working on Sundays. If you never want to work on a Sunday, you're gonna have to go for like way higher of a waiver, which we don't give anymore. But you can go to 5:30 Mass on Saturday, and that counts. Don't ask me. How do we get to heaven? Well, here's the thing. Only you know how you get to heaven, because only you know what doctrine you cobble together to follow. That's it. If there is a heaven, if there is a hell, it is a very personal thing between you and your Almighty. But I guarantee you Donald Trump's not going to heaven, because there's no supreme deity that's going to say, oh yeah, you stood idly by while thousands, hundreds of thousands of children were killed. People were killed. Donald Trump's fucked on that fact. But to bring it back out of religion, spirituality to me is a science of understanding the making of this universe, and by making myself available to it. Yeah. If that's your path, that's your path. As long as you understand the truth of life, right? This is your path. This is my path. And although they get really close together, they don't touch, they don't conflict, they don't restrict each other. The moment you believe your path can bump my path out of the way, now we have a problem. I think if a lot of people just left each other the fuck alone. But I also think that we have a really huge problem with social media, and I'm gonna jump topics here real quick, because what we have is an awful lot of people making up shit so that they can advance an agenda, and they shouldn't be. This one's done. So I'm gonna play this video so that you can hear what this woman has to say.
Lesbian couples get divorced more?
Yes.
Incorrect. Is because they're also they're taking in any marriage that lesbian has. So many lesbians who end up married were already married to a man and then got a divorce. So if you're taking that into account, it skews the numbers so drastically.
No, it doesn't, you stupid fucking pendeja. Because if you actually gave a shit about this phenomenon, you would do your research and you would understand that 18% of female same-sex marriages end in divorce in the UK. 11% of male same-sex marriages end in divorce. Lesbian couples divorce 1.5 to 2 times more often than gay male couples. I don't know why they ever say gay male couples. But 67% of same-sex divorces in the UK are lesbian couples. Finland, 41% of lesbian couples divorced within 10 years. 27% of gay male couples, and only 22% of straight couples. That's a great fucking study. In the UK, the Netherlands, in the Nordic region, lesbian couples have the highest divorce rate at 30%, straights at 18%, and gay males at 15%. And all of these things are verifiable, but then that person wants to talk out of their ass. It's also a scary number. Lesbian couples have more domestic violence, not domestic battery, domestic violence than straight couples. Gay couples have the least amount of domestic violence. Now, there's 8 types of domestic violence. Physical abuse is the only one we charge as a crime. We charge domestic battery. But financial abuse, isolation, those are all forms of domestic abuse. I'm not saying anything beyond facts. If somebody says, well, what are you saying? Lesbian couples are bad? No, I'm not saying that. Because I don't have a piece of empirical data to attach to that. But what I have is an awful lot of people running around making claims about an empirical data, and they haven't bothered to fucking read it. You say we need to stop platforming idiots, but then how would idiots feel good about themselves? Israel is committing war crimes and nobody cares. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of people that are embarrassing on social media, Israel is committing war crimes and nobody cares. I've been speaking out against Israel's war crimes since 2 days after their war started. So what do you mean no one cares? I care, and I'm someone. The problem is, I'm an unpopular creator because I go after members of my own community when they say dumb shit, because the world is filling up more and more and more and more and more with the dumb shit filling up the ether. And why is that? And the reason why that is this, right? I don't want to fight a war every single time I stream. Hey clown, no one that matters. You have 29 watchers right now. You're no one. No, I'm someone. See, what you literally just said makes you a deplorable human being. Because your response is no one cares. So you're less than no one. Because you felt it necessary to bring your message to a channel of 29 watchers. So either your message is important and you came here because you care about Israel's war crimes, and I do as well. So now that's two people that care in one place at one time. Or you want to literally fall through into you walked into this exact statement. I'm a person who cares about Israel and their war crimes, and you're a person who cares about Israel and their war crimes, and instead of help build me up, your first response is to tear me down. Well, if I stop doing this show, that's one less person who cares about Israel. I clicked on it to see if this retard was saying anything important. So you've gone from you care about Israel to I'm a no one to I'm a retard. Yeah, he's a dumbass. No one cares about X. You care about X, but you're a no one. So you literally now have just created the whole self-fulfilling prophecy about why the world sucks. The world sucks, Haunted Toe Tag, because of people like you. The world sucks because you came into a channel about a person who cares about Israel's war crimes, and now you want to have some sort of pissing contest that you're not the fucking retard, who I can classify you almost immediately under the ICD-11 as an F-73. Now let's do the usual check. So, hold on. I'm the nobody with 29 viewers. I'm the nobody with 29 viewers. And this is the bitter person who absolutely never made it because they tried streaming and they failed. But I'm the no one. See, you can always tell the people that tried and failed because this is what their chat looks like. You see, if it says something like they stream just chatting, it means they tried streaming in the past and they didn't make it. If they've never streamed at all, it'll say we don't have any information. So this person is mad because they don't understand that and somebody said it, at 29 viewers, I'm in the top 0.2% of Twitch. So instead of this person coming in and saying, sitting for a minute, or maybe that person comes in and instead of saying the ridiculous shit they said, Israel is committing war crimes and nobody cares, the person could have come in and said, do you think Israel is committing war crimes? And I would have said, abso-fucking-lutely, I think Israel is committing war crimes because Israel has managed to kill or wound 50,000 children. I don't care what your decision-making matrix looks like. If you kill or wound 50,000 children, your decision-making paperwork is fucking donkey balls wrong. Mossad said there was between 30,000 and 50,000 Hamas members out of the 1.2 million Palestinians, and Israel has killed 76,000 people directly, and the UN can't release numbers because the UN can't go in there and figure out who actually is dead. We know people are dead because they were in buildings that collapsed, but Israel has reduced the rubble of the buildings to fucking dust. It's kind of like the bullshit we had during 9/11. You know your loved one worked in one of the Twin Towers. You know the Twin Tower collapsed. You know your loved one's car is still at Giant Stadium. But you can't get your insurance because the insurance company says, well, there's no proof they're dead. So this person comes in and wants to have a talking point, and instead of being a decent human being, they are a shit stain on the underwear of humanity, and then they fucking ran off. Yeah, man, that actually happened. So you got this guy that stumbles in here, and what you noticed happened was, I don't allow people to be chicken shits with what they say. If you say something, I will pause the whole show so that you can wag your ass to everybody so that we can see pretty clearly why you failed as a streamer. And I don't do that shit to people because I find it funny. I do that shit to people because they didn't have a dad, or they didn't have an uncle, or they didn't have an older brother or a grandfather to hit them upside the head when they acted like an asshole. Be like, hey, asshole, that's not how we behave. The problem, and people can farm clips all they want, because if they want to clip me out of context, that just gives me something to do. The problem is, compromise. People don't understand that in a negotiation, there's going to be one of three alternatives. There's only three alternatives in a negotiation. Side one gets absolutely everything they want and side two doesn't. Side two gets absolutely everything they want and side one doesn't. Or we move what each side wants to somewhere on the spectrum, and neither side is 100% happy, but they can both live with it. Life is compromise. Men, you don't care about a lot of things. Men don't care. The wife says, where do you want to go to eat? I don't care. Why? Because I'm fucking hungry. I just worked all day. I don't want to cook. I don't want to grill. We're going out to eat. Where do you want to go to eat? And the wife is like, well, you could give me input. My wife did that shit to me once. And here's what I said. If we go to Longhorn, I'm going to get a steak and a bowl of French onion soup. If we go to Applebee's, I'm going to get the spicy noodles. If we go to sushi, I'm going to get Philly roll and sashimi and nigiri. If we go to the stir fry place, I'm going to get a bowl and 2 pieces of smoked salmon nigiri. If we go to the Chinese buffet, I'm going to get hibachi. If we go to the Italian place, I'm going to get lasagna. If we go to Texas Roadhouse, I'm going to get the smothered chicken. I don't fucking care where we go. I know what I'm going to get to eat every fucking where we go. It's food. What are you in the mood for? Because my wife will be like, well, I don't know, you pick. Fine, I'm picking Thai food. My wife will be like, well, you know I can't eat Thai food. I'm allergic to coconut. Well, then one of us has a fucking deeper interest in this decision-making process than I do. Like, I used to get massages right next door to a Thai place. So I would go into the Thai place, say, hey, at 5 o'clock, can I have an order of steak pad Thai ready to go? 2-star. My wife, I'd come home, I'd eat, and then I'd have to, wash my hands, I had to throw the stuff out in the garage. I can't, leave it up on the counter. My wife can't touch coconut. But everybody has their, I care, but that guy came in here. He wants people to care about the war crimes Israel is committing, and I do care, but I don't care enough because I have 29 viewers. Well, if he had stayed and joined the community, we could have driven the truck. That's how we build a social movement. You bring people with you, they bring people with them, and maybe, just maybe, we start to change because the message gets a voice. As it is right now, though, everyone's talking about, well, what I want the government to do for me, what I want the government to do for me. The government don't want to do nothing for you. We need changes in our constitution. Okay, who are you voting for to help make those changes? It's like this one. I am tired of fucking racism. This is one of my prepped pieces. Black people pump $1.2 trillion into the American economy every year, but we're welfare babies and we don't work like everyone else. Yeah, because you're 13% of the population and you need to be contributing 4.4 trillion annually because that would be proportional to how the size of the population you are. So yeah, you're contributing $1.2 trillion into the American economy. This piece, right? This piece is a fact. But we're welfare babies and we don't work like everyone else. Because you're not contributing the 4.4 trillion a year into the economy that 13% of the population should be. Now, somebody might see this and say, Jay's a fucking racist. No, Jay wants to know what the fucking roadblocks are stopping 13% of the population from being able to contribute their fair share. If you want to talk about black people, let's talk about black people. Disproportionately policed, disproportionately in poverty, disproportionately single-family homes, disproportionately half siblings in the home, disproportionately multiple fathers, right? Why? Why is that? There's lots of reasons. But the one thing I'm not going to say is systemic racism. Because systemic racism is a bullshit boys answer. As I've said, you do a standard, I'm just going to do a police department of 10 officers, 10 street officers. Right? The way we should have it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9, 10, 2 roam cars, so that if 8 goes down on a transport, 10 comes over here. 3 goes down on lunch, 9 comes over here. 3 comes back from lunch, 9 now covers 2, who's down on lunch. That's how we should have 10 officers. Equal policing to every grid. So the police, the policing is fair, equal, because we have a belief of fair and equal. What racism? There are dozens of black billionaires. Why not at least try to follow their footsteps? I agree with you. But here's where we run into the words. Do you want fair? Do you want equal? Or do you want equitable? 8 words. Oh, the T's over there. So, I need a after 7 years of doing this and say I'm going to get a stylus, I need to finally get the stylus. The problem is, this is the poverty section of town. It also coincidentally is the crime side of town. So the leadership of that part of the community says we need more police presence. So now this is how your policing looks. Instead of having 2 units in that grid, you have 4 units in that grid. Well, what does that mean? How does our policing work? Is policing proactive and it stops crime from happening? Or is American policing after the fact, and it's we investigate crime that has happened and make arrests? A little bit of a police presence stops a little bit of crime. But the way you deal with crime is by arresting criminals. If you identify as being a victim of something, you're giving it a reason to hinder yourself. Yes. Is it fair or equal if other people had a head start there and channels and systems that set up in place to keep those types of people? It doesn't even have to be federal. Let me say this. Somebody else getting a head start doesn't mean shit, because there are an awful lot of white people who will make the joke. They'll say, in order for me to be here today, I had to have 2 parents, 4 grandparents, and 8 great grandparents, and not a damn one of them left me anything. It's because they didn't have anything to leave you either. It is fair and equal that other people had a head start, because we don't do a Suicide King's inheritance where when you die, all of your stuff goes to the state. There's a lot of people that'll tell me you need to learn the difference between property, private property, and personal property. No, I don't, because I understand these concepts. In communism or socialism, depending on where you are in the spectrum of socialism, I wouldn't be in this house anymore. When my child turned 18, within a month after my child turning 18, the government would have shown up at my door and had my new housing assignment, because I no longer need a 4-bedroom house. I only need a 3-bedroom house. Well, actually, I no longer need a 3-bedroom house. I only need a 2-bedroom house. See, I have a 4-bedroom house for 3 people. I have an office. My wife has a kitten adoption room, right? But I have a 4-bedroom house, and some people would make the argument I shouldn't be in a 4-bedroom house because I could get away with a 2-bedroom house. Well, fuck you, I own it. I'm not moving. You can want me to move all you want. There is always a way to create the life you want for yourself. Most people just don't stay focused long enough to realize it. What I'm gonna say is that's not true, Moss. I'll give you an example, and if anybody can help me out on this example, I'm at my wit's end. I have permission to talk about this. I know a woman, she has 4 kids. She has a boy and 3 girls. She's in an abusive marriage. She's in an abusive marriage. Last night, the husband came home. Well, yesterday morning, the husband took the van. It's the only way she has to get the kids to school. And because the husband's a cocksmith, CPS is getting involved because the kids miss too much school. Well, the mom can't get the kids to school if she doesn't have the van. She doesn't have the money to have them take the school bus because in her district, you pay to put your kids on the school bus. The husband last night went home and raped her. How the fuck can she make her life better? She's the victim of domestic abuse. She's the victim of domestic violence. She's the victim of spousal rape. I don't think everybody at all times can fix their problems. Now, we could turn around and do an awful lot of victim blaming and say she could choose to leave. But by choosing to leave, she could very easily end up with the husband having custody of the kids. Well, 3 of those kids are daughters. Are we really talking? If you're a scumbag enough to rape your wife, are you not a scumbag enough to rape your kids? Or her kids could end up in the system. We could do a lot of victim blaming. And I, privately with her, I say, well, you did marry this asshole. You got yourself in the hole. How can you get yourself out of the hole? Because I can't solve the problem for her. I can only put forth alternatives for her to maybe solve her problem for herself. I agree with you, but just like because you're white doesn't make you have a head start, that is something the left doesn't understand. You are white, but you're not really, one of those empowered. The ones in power set up their fortune years ago. You're right. You're right. She needs to leave the guy, take everything from him in court. I know it's not easy, but she needs to get this guy in jail. How can she get him in jail? No evidence. He said, she said. Remember, my team of people this morning and I thought about the nanny cam. The nanny cam becomes a problem because if she doesn't report it today to the police and work with the police to get the nanny cam footage, then it looks like a setup. Because you were unhappy, so you went and got a camera. Well, unfortunately, I would love for our system to be altruistic, where if she says no, the guy stops. But I don't even know, and I'm later today after the show, because I got this handed to me just before I went live. I had a little bit of time to talk to a couple of people, and they're working on it for me. Also, you run into the problem of you turn around and say he's been spousally raping me for years, and they take your kids. Why? Because you didn't create a conducive, safe environment for your female children. And I'm not making that shit up. I've seen that. I've been in the courtroom while the kids have been taken away because they said, well, what we're going to do right now is for the children's safety, we're going to take the kids away. And you're like, well, it would be just as easy if you gave me a fucking restraining order and got that douchebag not to be able to come to the house. Yeah, they'll blame her for staying with him. That's what's fucked. That's what's so fucked about our society in general. We live in a fucked society. We live in a society where I showed up for everybody's. I had to go and I had to help my clients because I was their advocate. One day I went in, I had 6 clients I needed to talk to the judge about. I'm there on time. All of a sudden, 30 minutes go by, courtroom's not open. 45 minutes go by, courtroom's not open. 60 minutes later, the bailiff comes out and he says, "Ladies and gentlemen, we were working out what we were going to do. The judge is unable to make it to court today. The judge physically can't get here. So we had to pull a judge from another courtroom, but he can't hear your cases. So we've rescheduled all of your hearings down the line on the next availables that we have. So if you just line up in the best of alphabetical order you can," and the bailiff's like, "Let's get the A's through the J's up here, the Z's through the R's back there, and everybody else in the middle. It'll just make giving out these forms easier." And there's people like, "Man, I took off fucking work today. I'm supposed to get discharged out of the program today. Can't help you." Are you telling me that we live in a society that somebody who's supposed to be finalized out of their probation or their parole or their pretrial diversion or their whatever, then they find out that they have 60 more days? And I know what some people will say is, well, it doesn't matter, they're a criminal. There's an awful lot of people that get probation, pretrial diversion, who never did anything wrong. The system is fucked. But yeah, we live in a fucked society. And then, as you saw, nothing can make it better than the guy that showed up and said, "No one's talking about this. Oh, you're talking about it. Well, you're just a retard with 29 viewers." And why the fuck did you bother coming in? Most people are handicapped by their inability to stay focused and take meaningful action when they can make something work. Yeah, I agree with this. But I don't think it's because they can't stay focused. I think the amount of commitment you would have to make to solve some problems is more than most people can bear. Like, I want, like, to give you a couple of, like, rational talking points. There are people who make it to the last week of basic training and then fail out. They get recycled. There are people who make it to the last block of instruction in a highly technical military training environment. They make it to the last block of instruction, which is by far the easiest, and they just run out of gas in the tank. There's a limit. We don't make tough people anymore. We make whiny, bitchy people because I truly believe this, Generation X, shit, man. You were left alone all fucking day. I have a scar on my arm. You can't really see it, but I have a scar on my arm. I got cut fairly deep at like 8 o'clock in the morning. There was nobody around. One of the older kids basically did what we call butterfly stitches. They're the butterfly band-aids. They butterfly bandaged up my arm, and then I just took an easy day. All the other boys were playing ball. I just kind of sat there because my arm was killing me, right? That night I get home, my dad looks at my arm. He's like, "What the fuck happened to you?" And I was like, "I got cut." He's like, "Why didn't you tell anyone?" I'm telling you now, you just got home, motherfucker. Like, I'm fucking you. And he's like, he just grabs my arm and he looks over at it and he's like, "Well, that probably needed stitches, but it looks good enough now." So then that night I hear my dad leave, and my grandmother, about an hour later, my grandmother shows up, and my dad's like, yeah, your grandma's gonna stay here for 2 days, so that you're not out running around. Every failure teaches you a lesson, too weak to perform. No. We gotta stop with this. I 100% agree with your mentality, but it can't be a universal mentality. I agree with you. A lot of people, they're not pushing into impossible territory. They're just pushing into uncomfortable territory, like the guy below. In basic, a guy fell out face first on the parade surface. When he came around, the first thing he said was, I'm fine, don't wash me out. That's get stronger. I don't think, though, I can say to the woman who was raped last night by her husband, grow stronger. I cannot lift this. Grow stronger. I think we live in a fucking society where entirely too many people have just given up. And they've given up because they're overwhelmed. We have a world where more people are in mental health counseling now than ever before. I was raised like Gen X, but that's like not the recipe for success. I'm Gen Z. My mom locked me out of the house for 8 hours every day after school while she worked till 10 at night. Yeah. It doesn't work. It doesn't work unless the whole village is a latchkey village. I like this. I like what I see here. All the free availability of information is great, but it encourages relying on said information. My generation suddenly had YouTube tutorials available. I started to grow comfy and stop learning some skills I surely needed because I could look them up. It's gotten way worse for generations after me, especially with AI. Well, yeah, the problem is AI, language learning model. AI isn't artificial intelligence. AI is the language learning model only works if you give it confines that say what I want you to help me with. Let me see this. Divorce rates we already did. Where's the fucking... So I'm working on a paper. I'm working on an article now that my hands are kind of functional. I said what the confines I said to my language learning model this morning were this. I want to do fuck it. This is how I engaged my language learning model this morning, because it's not like I have a bunch of fucking scholars sitting around where I can go debate back and forth with someone to make it to refine what I'm thinking about. I want to do an academic exercise. I am going to make a point. I want you to analyze my point and then do a true advocacy argument for it that talks about why it's correct, why it is wrong, and finally why it is probably more likely correct than false. Your main guideline rule is this. If you do not agree with me and you think I'm wrong, don't do the argument as lip service to my request. Outright state you don't agree. Are you up for the task? And then, this is what my language learning model said back to me. I will analyze your claim, not just react to it. I will give a strong steelman argument for it. I will give a serious argument against it. I will then make a judgment call on which side is more likely true. My language learning model decided to tell me it wasn't going to follow the instructions I gave it, because I've been training my language learning model for over a year. I give it scenarios like this all the time. I told it, number 3, finally tell me why it is probably more likely correct than false, And my language learning model said, no, bitch, I won't do that. I will then make a final judgment call on which side is more likely true. Now, it came back and it bitch slapped me. Most people are falling into a trap where they talk to language learning models because they agree with them. Because it's language learning models, unless you give it detailed instructions like I gave mine, are going to agree with you because they're going to read the bias in your question. Tell me all the reasons why I should be more successful than Asmongold. It'll do that. But if you say, which one of us is the more effective streamer, it's going to say Asmongold hands down, and here's why. More views on YouTube, more views on TikTok, longer streaming history, da-da-da-da-da. But if you say, tell me all the reasons why I'm better, it'll give you a bunch of, it'll say shit like, well, you're newer in the scene and you have a better opportunity to reach new audiences and all these jerk-off things. Yeah, it's a product that wants you to like it. It's kind of like when you have that friend, it's like when you have that friend that'll say, no matter what decision you make, I'll support you. I told you the story of the friend. I had the friend moved in, started doing cocaine. I said, you gotta go. And she says, why? I said, because I have a 9-year-old in the house. I can't have a cokehead in my house. Well, I don't bring it around the kid. I've been helping you for weeks. I'm here in the morning. I make your coffee. I get you up. I get you dusted off. Dinner is here when you get home. You have the simultaneous support networks of a friend, a best friend, a husband, and a dad, an older brother, whatever male. You have all 4 of those lanes, and you're still relying on cocaine. I can't help you. The ask you have is you want me to risk my family, my health, my happiness, my child not being taken by CPS because you occasionally have to do cocaine. No, I'm sorry. The ask is too much. Well, you're not a very good friend. No, I'm a really good friend. I'm just a really shitty enabler. Have I seen the AI companion Razer is launching? No, I have not, but I will add it to the list of things that if I have enough time today to look at, I will look at it. Oh yeah, there you go. There you go. That's somebody sent me an idea and it's not a bad idea. I'll work with that one later. I can't find my headphones, so don't say anything crass. Oh, really? That's a big ask, man. That's a big, big ask. All right, let's see. Okay, so it took us a long time to go all the way around the mulberry bush, but we're here. Trump says he's postponing attacks on Iran power plants, citing productive talks to end the war. Trump said the reversal was designed to lower energy prices and buy time for Trump's military plans. Trump had threatened to obliterate Iran's power plants unless it ended the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. And I think the problem is Donald Trump was advised over the weekend, hey, asshole, you're about to commit war crimes. I think that is more likely what happened. Donald Trump was advised, hey, Big Papa, you were about to get in a fuck ton of trouble You can't. Okay, I want to talk about this because I don't think people understand. So let me not assume people understand military law. So, a couple of scenarios, right? You have a power plant here, and you have its civilian use over here, and its military use over here. Because most power plants are dual use, okay? Most power plants are considered an integrated asset. So I'm going to just remind people, under the laws of war, the Geneva Conventions, you cannot target civilians or civilian infrastructure. You can target infrastructure if it has military value. But there's the US checklist has more on it, but you basically have to justify distinction, proportionality, and necessity. Because power grids are dual use infrastructure, you have to be careful, because out here in the civilian world, you have hospitals, you have water processing facilities, you have people on ventilators, you have groceries that are in freezers, you have a lot of things that if you take the power out. So let me run through two scenarios. Number one, this power plant supplies 99% of its power to the civilian market and 1% of its power to the military. This right here isn't enough information. And there's a lot of people who say, well, that's enough information to know you can't hit that power plant because it's 99% civilian. Well, that doesn't matter. What matters is, what function is that 1%? Now, this military facility that's on this power grid is a admin building that processes military records. It's like their personnel function. You can't hit that facility because it doesn't satisfy the threshold of necessity. Do you really need to take out their military records building? So the answer is, in this scenario, you can't hit that power plant. Now, what if this 1% military installation is all of the command and control for all of your air defense grid? Now, you've changed the scenario enough that that building might be on that power grid illegally. What you've chosen to do is attach a high-value target to a power grid, knowing full well that your opposition is going to struggle to justify how they hit that power grid. Appreciate that Prime sub. I love Prime. Prime means I got supported and it didn't cost you anything. Appreciate that. Now, the problem here is you can't hide you can't hide strategic targets inside of civilian neighborhoods. Yeah, it's the same thing as hiding a base under a hospital. But just because the other side embedded a strategic target in such a way, that doesn't mean you can now hit it. The question is going to be, why can't you hit the command and control building? Yes, Iran responded with, if you strike our power plants, then all power plants in the Middle East we're going to play by your rules. You strike our oil refining capability, we strike yours. You strike our water processing facilities, we strike yours. You strike our power plants, we strike yours. And they have. What really pisses me off is people being outraged that Iran is firing missiles at Israel. It really, really pisses me off because two wrongs don't make a right. Israel has bombed the fuck out of Iran. Iran has diminished weapons capability. Iran is fighting for survival. Now, that doesn't mean I think everything Iran is doing is right. But again, for every single thing we say Iran is doing is wrong, make sure that there's not something on the US-Israel side that's equally bad or worse. It looks like all conclusive evidence is that we tomahawked the shit out of that school. As much as I wish the US wasn't the one who tomahawked the shit out of that school, we're the ones that blew up that school. Yeah, when a wolf attacks a deer, the deer fights back. It doesn't mean the deer is innocent, but it means the deer fights back. It's just a fact. You've attacked Iran. Iran does not know how to make this attack on their sovereignty stop. President Jalan would reach out to Iran. If you elect me president right now in a coup d'etat, and I end up as the president of the United States, I'll call Iran and be like, look, I'll make you a deal. You get all of your 60% enriched uranium ready for pickup and transport. I'll come in and build you light water reactors. Good deal? We want you to stop supporting Israel. The only thing we're talking about in this negotiation is I'll pick up your 60% enriched uranium. I'll build you light water reactors so that you can have nuclear power. Good deal? I'm not talking about anything else. I'm more than happy if we make this deal. I'm more than happy to sit down over coffee and tea and biscuits and camel racing and whatever the fuck else, Falcon shows or whatever we're going to do. And I'm more than happy to talk to you about all the things Israel is doing wrong. And wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I want that conversation, but let's make some progress right here first. All right, so here's the deal, right? You want me to stop Israel from doing what they want in Palestine. I want to have a conversation with you about not funding Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah. Can we please make this power deal first? So it looks like to the whole world that we're negotiating in good faith? Cool, great. Hey, Army Corps of Engineers, get ready to roll up into Iran. We're building them a light water reactor. Hey, U.S. Air Force and strategic nuclear material, get ready to pick up a whole fuckload of 60% enriched uranium. Iran will get to set some terms this time. No, they won't. Iran won't get to set any fucking terms. Iran won't get to set any fucking terms. Iran wasn't able to set terms before we blew him up the first time. Iran didn't get to set any terms before we blew him up the second time. And they're looking at making a whole new fucking canal around the Strait of Hormuz. So where's Iran gonna get any fucking say? I think the Middle East is equally pissed off at Iran, so they're looking at making a different path cut through near the Strait of Hormuz so that the boats never get anywhere near Iran's borders. This is what they're looking at doing. They're looking at possibly building a Panama Canal type so that nothing ever gets close to the Strait of Hormuz. Do you have any idea how fucking valuable that would be if they can do it? I don't know if they can do it. I'm not a fucking geologist. I don't build canals. But if they could do that, do you know how fucking valuable that would be? To take the last of Iran's in 1 to 2 more weeks of a wait, but dude, what closed strait? First of all, the global economy isn't going to start collapsing. There's no mountains there, Moss. And by the way, Moss, you seem like a really nice guy. Nukes are thermonuclear devices. You can drop a nuke in Chicago and there would still be skyscrapers standing. They'd be fucked up, but they'd be standing. Right near the point of impact, they would be gone. But on the edges of Chicago itself, the city, there would still be buildings standing. They'd all the sides would be blown up, but the steel framing would be there. Nuclear weapons are not kinetic weapons. They're thermal weapons. The thing is that people keep saying in 1 to 2 more weeks of a closed strait, the global economy starts to collapse. But the 100 ships full of Iranian oil went through the strait this weekend. Where's the global economy collapsing? China is still importing 1 million barrels of Iranian oil every day. The Federal Reserve, stop. The Federal Reserve has nothing to do with our budget. The Federal Reserve doesn't print money. It's responsible for the printing of money, but only Congress can raise the debt ceiling. If the Federal Reserve could solve the economic problems, then the TSA would have gotten paid for the last month. And I don't blame people for not understanding how the shit actually works, because you've been lied to repeatedly and misled. Repeatedly. The Federal Reserve doesn't put more money into circulation than it's supposed to. If it did, we would have levels of inflation like Zimbabwe had, where kids were just playing with bricks of money because a loaf of bread was like $1 trillion. People believe that we print money because of fractional lending. And this is the big one. 1973, Nixon finalized our transition from a hard currency to a fiat currency. Somebody critiqued me the other day. They said, well, you don't talk about the fact that it started in 1933. Fine, yes. In 1973, we finalized the conversion. If I deal in all gold or all silver coins, if I have 100 silver coins in the bank, right? It becomes really evident when the bank is giving out 70 to 80 of those silver coins on fractional lending. It becomes really obvious really, really quickly. But what's harder, right? And I've been a lazy slack bitch lately, right? I didn't go to the bank yet. I got a stack on my desk. I got to go to the bank. The bank doesn't like it when you have their money, but it's your money. Right, but it's their money too. Because I have $600 in cash out of the bank, that means the bank can't loan out 540 of that in fractional lending. Because now that we deal with digital money, there's way more money in circulation right now than there should be. there's way more money. All these people talking about, we need the Fed to lower the interest rate so that people can buy houses. You're still not going to be able to buy houses. I would be able to afford a 3% mortgage. I can't afford a 6% mortgage. Okay, so the Fed drops interest rates down and now your mortgage is 3%. Now that $200,000 house that is in your price range that you were going to buy, you can't buy because now there's all these people who also qualify for mortgages. And so people start doing this dumb shit Muppet nonsense where they bid over asking. Crypto doesn't cause inflation because for the most part, crypto's not universally accepted. You can't go buy a Big Mac with crypto. If all of your money is tied up in crypto, you have no money. You have to liquidate the crypto in order to get currency. It's the same theory as in a post-apocalyptic world, I'm way richer than Elon Musk. Well, how do you figure? Because I have guns, I have ammo, I have first aid kits, I have glow sticks, I have rations, I have clean water, I have the ability to produce power, I have the ability to filter water, I have skills in being a medic, I have a partner who has skills in being a paramedic, right? As if I can consolidate my family into a place, we have a couple of doctors and a dentist. But Elon Musk has stock. What am I gonna do? Wipe my ass with the stock certificates? Like, he has value in this economy. In a post-apocalyptic world, Elon Musk doesn't have shit. He doesn't really have a skill set that lends itself to survival. But he's a rocket scientist. No, he's not. He's the manager of a rocket science company. He's a telecommunications expert. No, he's the manager of Starlink. He doesn't know how the fuck the shit works. That's not his skill set. That's our problem. Crypto was designed for when the market drops, so in theory, it should do better now because of the war. Crypto wasn't designed for when the market drops. Dude, crypto was designed to make the creators of crypto rich. That's all the fuck crypto was designed to do. Ready? You have 1 Bitcoin, right? And you're out in the middle of the desert, and you don't have any water, and you've fallen over, and you're crawling, and you're dragging yourself, and this is it. This is as far as you can go, and the water is there, but you can't get there. And here comes me, and I have a gallon of water, right? I have a gallon of water for you, and I say, this gallon of water I will give to you for a Bitcoin. And you're like, no way, man, a Bitcoin is $100,000. And I say, okay, off I go with my water. And you say, but without that water, I'll die. Your Bitcoin is now worth $1.99 in water. Even cash. I'll give you $1.99 for that water. Nope, I'll hold on to my water for $1.99. I'll give you $20 for it. Nope. I'll give you $100 for it. Nope. What's it gonna take? All the money you have on you. But I have a backpack with $1 million in it. I guess this gallon of water now costs you $1 million, huh? See, for me, the vicarious trauma piece is hard. Because Yeah, I'll trade you 5 corn seeds for 1 gallon. I would see it. I would like to see it, but crypto right now, it's speculation, trading, investing. Lots of big ideas, but we have yet to see what it really is. Right, but here's the problem. Didn't Bitcoin get down a couple of years ago to like $3? I know when it first came out, Bitcoin was like 25 bucks. Bitcoin is a great idea. Kind of like the idea of NFTs. And I remember when I first started having people with NFTs, they would say NFTs are valuable. And I said, no, they're not. And they would be like, no, they really are, because I have this NFT and I own it. This is Daisy, by the way. This is the data aggregation and integration system, yapper. But people are like, I have this NFT and this is worth a bunch of money. And I said, yeah, control print screen, and now I have a copy of it. Well, you can't use it. Okay, stop me. You can't have it. I can print it. No, you can't. You're not allowed to. But I just fucking did. This moment is the true test of crypto. It either takes off like never before or it essentially disappears. Well, the problem is, Stumpy, what about Haktua Girl coin? Haley Welsh, I think her name was. What about Haktua Girl coin? It came out, and then within 30, 45 minutes of it coming out, it plummeted. Because, yeah, you can't have a decentralized currency. If you don't have a universal that says what something is worth, yeah, you're using crypto generally, but the problem with crypto generally is that what is this worth? 100,000. Why? Because some arbitrary group of people have gotten together and said it's worth 100,000. I'll give you 3 Bitcoin for your house. No, thank you. Well, it's worth 300,000. Well, if it's worth 300,000, then you go sell your 3 Bitcoin and bring me cash. No way, man, because if I sell it and I liquidate it, I have to pay taxes on it. And so why the fuck would I want to take 3 Bitcoin for my house? Because then when I sell it to use it, I have to pay tax on it. If I can't spend it, this is the piece that your teachers didn't teach you. Value is bullshit. All you care about is buying power. Even Trump moved a large sum of his wealth into crypto. Let me say it this way. If I could go back in time, I would abuse the shit out of making money in crypto. If I could go back in time with all the knowledge I have now, I'd buy up all that shit I could when it was cheap. But I don't like to gamble with my money. I like to go for the sure growth. If you want to make money on crypto, make money on crypto. But just understand, crypto is a lot like all of the mortgage payments, all the mortgage funds back in 2007, 2008. Eventually the music will stop. Just like the music stopped with the people holding GameStop stock. Eventually the music stops and you're the one who loses. People forget they value crypto based on USD. Same people who value silver. They watch the price in USD. At the end of the day, you care about the USD, not the crypto. You don't want to move from USD to crypto. You want to move crypto into USD at the end of the day. Right. This is kind of like art that's worth millions. I'm going to take a real quick break, and then I'm going to talk about the art that's worth millions piece, because that's just all tax evasion. I'll be right back. All right, so the idea of art being worth like shit. You see that I have all sorts of bric-a-brac up there. I have a $700 pop. I have a collector's edition in a hard case. $700 pop. If I was smart, I would sell it. But it has sentimental value to me, and I don't need $700. Remember when Beanie Babies were? Well, some of you aren't old enough to remember Beanie Babies. Remember when Beanie Babies were crazy fucking expensive, and then all of a sudden they weren't expensive anymore? Comic books used to be expensive. Now they're not. Baseball cards used to be expensive. Now they're not. Why do we have entire markets of collectibles? Because they're fucking created by the collectible producers. That's it. They create their own submarkets by creating this bullshit that it's worth something to you. A first edition Spider-Man is worth $50 million. Okay. But I can go online and I can see the contents of the first edition Spider-Man. So where's the $50 million in value? Collector's edition is worth this. Pokemon and baseball actually went up in price. Yeah, they do. But at the end of the day, right? Like, for example, many years ago, when I first got married, my wife had debt. Her first husband was a fucking jackhole. I sold some Magic the Gathering cards. Black Lotuses, some Moxes, sold those. And people are like, oh my God, I can't believe you did that. They're worth 3 times as much now. Yeah, but the problem is at the time, it was worth $30,000 to me when I sold one set of what I had. It was enough to pay off a car. A couple of years later, I was back in EVE Online, and somebody offered to buy one of my accounts and all the stuff on one of my accounts for a sizable amount of money. So I sold it. Well, you're not supposed to sell EVE Online accounts. Yeah, I'm also not supposed to be crunched at the moment for liquidity. But I am, so I'm going to. I mean, I want you to think about this for a moment. People spend real world money for digital items. People were spending real world money buying digital items for a video game that was still in alpha. No wonder why the fucking economy is shit. The economy is shit because it's fed by people who I think when they were children, they didn't have the common sense to know which side of the playpen smelled the worst. And that's why they're just completely ass backwards confused about what's good ideas and bad ideas. I can't get over the stupidity of people. I'm going to show a clip here. Well, first of all, let me go here first. Desktop. Today is the 23rd of March. And okay, so I want you to, I'm not a huge fan of this guy, but I'm a huge fan of responding to this guy.
Chicago is fucking wild. So yesterday in Chicago, black faith leaders, it's not my term for them, that's what they call themselves. They protested against Donald Trump at Trump Tower. Oh, and what were they protesting against? Well, Chicago just instituted a 100% property tax increase. Yeah, in Cook County, they just doubled their property tax. And as you can imagine, they weren't happy. However, I'd like to remind them that Trump didn't do that. Trump had nothing to do with it. It wasn't federal legislation. No, that legislation was passed by the all-Democrat Cook City Council. Do you understand how fucking insane that is? You elect all Democrats. That group of all Democrats decides to double your property taxes, and instead of protesting against all the Democrats that did it, you go to Trump Tower to protest against President Trump, somebody who had nothing to do with this. But that means somewhere along the way, somebody convinced you that Trump did this to you. Like, since when does the president determine your local property taxes? You guys won't even blame the Democrats when it's Democrats doing it to you. Y'all are so fucking stupid.
Now, the older millennial tends to be wrong a lot. It is so sad when people who consider themselves leaders don't understand how government works. Trump has nothing to do with Chicago property taxes. Black faith leaders in Chicago are protesting Donald Trump at Trump Towers over a new 100% property tax increase. These people are allowed to vote.
Faith leaders gathered with community members outside of Trump Tower this morning to protest property tax hikes.
They're calling those hikes a modern-day land grab that's devastating the west and south side. They met at Trump Tower because they say that building's property taxes were reduced, while people living in West Garfield Park in North Lawndale saw their taxes go up as high as 133%. They are condemning the Cook County Assessor and the Board of Review for what they call targeted property tax hikes on poor and working class families. Faith leaders say this is a moral crisis, not just a financial problem, and they will not back down.
Because for those of us in places like West Garfield Park with 133% increase, Lawndale with a 99% increase, Inglewood with an 80% increase, and a 39% reduction for Donald Trump. And so clearly, Donald Trump gets the tax break, and on the west side, we get the tax bill.
Okay. Why would they give Donald Trump a tax break at Trump Towers and increase residential property tax? Could it be that the city of Chicago and its skyline has an awful lot of vacant buildings because we've been moving past filling up high-rises because people no longer want to deal with the rat race and travel downtown and work in a high-rise. I hated working in a high-rise. Guys, I like my feet on the ground. But you were in the Air Force. Yeah, and I wasn't a fucking pilot. And I wasn't an aero refueling person. I like my feet on the ground. I don't like high rises. I don't like feeling the buildings sway. It affects me. I had a beautiful place to live on the 42nd floor. My apartment was on the 42nd floor of a high rise. I had floor to ceiling windows. And there is, I'm not even gonna bullshit you. There is something amazing about having a fully open floor plan and having sex with your beautiful girlfriend with floor-to-ceiling windows, and you're all surrounded by clouds. It's a fucking surreal feeling. It's also a really fucked up feeling when there's a crack of fucking thunder and you open up your bedroom door because your bedroom isn't floor to ceiling windows. You open up your bedroom fucking door and you're in the middle of, you don't know if it's day, night, you don't know if it's Armageddon, you don't know if you've been fucking transplanted to Mars. This shit's scary as fuck. Like, I'm like, I was naive. I went downstairs, I'm in the middle of a thunderstorm. I got dressed, I went downstairs, I talked to the fucking guy, I said, hey man, what happens if the building gets hit by lightning? He's like, it happens all the time. What the fuck you mean the building gets hit by lightning all the time? He's like, it happens all the time, man. We've got grounding rods. We've got lightning rods on the roof of the building. The whole fucking building is electrically insulated. I don't know if I like it here anymore. Fucking what? What? But people don't want to live that way anymore. They don't want to work that way anymore. Multiple floors of buildings, Sears Tower, the Hancock Building, the Aon Center, floor after floor after floor are vacant because companies are transitioning to work from home. So if you tell a company your property taxes are going to be $600 million on this building this year, the company's going to be like, fuck it, we'll sell it. We can't afford to. We don't have that. So can you make our rent lower? Maybe conjoined to our profits. Otherwise, what are you going to do? We're going to just move this asset to a holding company. You can tax the shit out of it. Company culture is not transitioning back to offices these days. Some companies want you back in the office. Some companies don't want to incur the rental space. Like, look at this office, for example. Why would a company want to bring me into the office when, let me see if I can do this real quick. So why would a company want to take me out of my comfort zone and force me to come into for certain jobs? I mean, keep in mind, we're talking about singletons now. But why would a company want to force me to come back into the office when they could leave me the fuck alone and I can work out of NASA command? Like, I have a close to $30,000 setup in my office. Micromanagement? Yeah, but the problem, Mr. Valentine, is you don't micromanage people like me. You don't micromanage people that are going to give you more value than you're paying them. You don't micromanage good workers. There's no point. What we have an awful lot of shitty managers. We have an awful lot of managers that don't understand. You want them to keep you macro informed on a micro level. For example, if you're working, like my guys, I'm thinking back to when I was in an office and I had 7 guys that worked for me. I said, I just need you guys to BCC me on stuff, and I'm just going to go through your mails, and if you need me to see something directly, put these 4 letters. It was 4 random letters. I forgot what they were. It was like RMPK or something. It spent me a long time finding 4 letters that weren't a military acronym. But I said, put these, put these in. That way it filters down to a folder, and I know you need me to read that. That's how my guys and I worked. Like, I'm not gonna micromanage a staff sergeant. If you need me, come get me. But I'm not gonna micromanage you, but I'm gonna micro review you, spot check, compliance check. Yeah, property taxes are not due to Trump. Absolutely not. I can't believe I have to frame it this way. The majority of the time, none of your taxes are due to the president. However, Donald Trump imposing tariffs means that all the other presidents allowed Congress to do the taxing, and Donald Trump is taxing the American people, and he shouldn't be. The president doesn't fuck with your taxes. RTP talks. I am not a huge fan of RTP talks. I've seen a lot of his content, and I know this is going to sound odd. When I listen to RPT talks, because he's the guy in the red baseball cap, I had to make sure I was thinking about the right guy. I don't know if he believes what he's saying or if he's saying what he says because he needs to make money. If I don't know the conviction of your statements based on what you're saying, it's really, really hard for me to listen to you. RTP comes across as a podcaster, political commentator who's counting the money at the end of the week. I listen to people I like Habitual Line Crosser when he's talking about military stuff. I like listening to Older Millennial, and I got a couple of more from Older Millennial today, because I like to know what bullshit he's pawning off on people. But the problem is, the one that we just watched,
Chicago is fucking wild.
So
yesterday in Chicago,
is 100% spot on. Now, what he should have done is he should have said, well, the reason, he said they're protesting outside of Trump Tower, but what he didn't include is they're protesting outside of Trump Tower because Donald Trump got a tax reduction. They're protesting the increase, but they're doing it at Trump Tower because he got a tax deduction. That's where I don't like Older Millennial. Joe deliberately keeps things out of the story that Joe either knows them and he's deliberately taking them out of the story, or he doesn't give a shit enough to do enough research, so I don't want to hear from him anyway.
Chicago is fucking
and he gets an awful lot of them right. I'm gonna do I think I have the Walmart one. This is one, yeah, the Walmart one is the other one I have from him today. And let me bring up my notes because I confirmed this. So we're gonna listen to Joe, and then we're gonna get the Jalan math to see if Joe's right.
Say this again because I don't think you guys heard me. If a company is reporting record profits and you think raising the minimum wage will make your burger $22, then it sounds to me like more of that profit should technically still be overhead, and that's how you fix that problem.
Y'all really gonna make me defend billion-dollar corporations because you can't be bothered to do the math? Fuck it, let's use Walmart as an example. Last year, Walmart made about $20 billion. I imagine a company making $20 billion, you would say they can afford to pay their employees more. Well, sure, but not much more, because Walmart has 2.1 million employees. Let's just call it 2 million. Now, with 2 million employees, every single dollar raise you give them is going to cost Walmart about $4.5 billion. So if Walmart were to give all their employees, let's just say a $4 raise, they would be out of business. That's it, just a $4 raise to all their employees would bankrupt Walmart. And again, you get there, you don't need some advanced economics degree to understand this. This is just simple math. Take the amount of employees, multiply that by the amount of hours worked by an employee in a year. The number's 2,080, by the way, and you get about 4.16 billion. Then you have to add the additional payroll taxes and insurance that each company pays for each person, and it comes out to about 4.5 billion. The number is actually 4.844, but 4.5. Let's just call it that. So yeah, can these big corporations afford to pay people more? Yes, they can, but only a very little bit. Because like I said, if Walmart were to give all their employees a $4 raise, they would be bankrupt.
All right, let's check it, because that's a big claim, right? 19,400,000,000. This is Walmart's profit for 2025. and Walmart has this many employees. So, Walmart could afford to pay you $9,200 more a year, divided by 2080. Walmart could give you less than $4.42 an hour because I didn't include payroll taxes. I just wanted to see if Joe was close. Now, I know what you're going to say. Well, the workers generate the wealth. Okay. The problem with that theory is, how does Walmart build a new store? They take a loan. How do they get a loan? Because they have equity. They can stake equity. They can stake stock. They generate the wealth, but they don't take the risk. Exactly. The workers generate the wealth at zero risk. You think that the worker is entitled to some or all of that $4.42. Well, you as the worker, you feel you're entitled to this $4.42. But I, as the shareholder, feel I'm entitled to that $4.42. Unfortunately, as the shareholder, I'm your boss. I'm a shareholder, which means I am a percentage owner of this company. I think that's what we don't drill home to Americans especially, but to a lot of Westerners. It's not just a shareholder out there. I am a 0.00003% owner of Disney. So when Disney makes profit, I want a dividend. I want a dividend because I hold on to your stock and I don't sell it so that you have equity to raise money to build new rides, fund new movies, build new resorts. And people say, but the worker. So what would be fair? No increase, a slight increase, the bigger share of the profit. Nothing. Nothing fair. None of that would be fair. Fair is the wrong word. Until people understand the meaning of words. This is, and remember, I'm pro worker rights. Jalan as a person, as the human being, I believe in profit sharing. I profit shared at 2 of the bars. I profit shared at the restaurant. One bar I didn't profit share at because that bar was constantly up and down and up and down. And I told the employees, I said, I profit share at my other establishments. I can't profit share here because a lot like Bruce Wayne, in order for me to profit share, there has to be some fucking profits. One of my 3 bar locations routinely broke even. And I think this is because we don't teach people. As money comes in, the workers get paid, the inventory gets bought, the leases get paid, the mortgages get paid, the bills get paid, and after all these things get paid, whatever is left goes to the owner. If there's $1 left, it goes to the owner. If there's $1 million left, it goes to the owner. And the worker says, well, whoa, wait a minute. There's $1 million left. I want more money. Well, hold on a second. All those weeks we ran at negative 10,000 and I didn't get anything. Why weren't you contributing back? Yeah, overpouring and not ringing up alcohol, ringing up top shelf alcohol as well pour, all that shit. I had a long time of, it took me a very long time to get a good crew into one of the 3 bars. What do you think should happen in the Walmart scenario? Nothing. Nothing should happen. Is Walmart paying minimum wage? No, they're paying above minimum wage. Okay. So here's the thing. You made a deal. That deal was you will sell 40 hours of labor for $18 an hour. Yeah. Hey man, we offered you 14 an hour and you accepted it. I don't know what you want us to do. You agreed to that wage. Now, people will say, well, if Walmart makes $20 billion in profit, they could pay us workers more. Okay. If I give you another $1 an hour, which is going to cost me a quarter of my profit, are you inside of the next year, when I give you $1 an hour, are you going to work $1 an hour harder? Or are you gonna, I give you $1 an hour and then you're gonna spend the whole fucking next year pissing and bitching and moaning that we could have given you more? You're gonna spend the next year pissing and bitching and moaning that I only gave you a $2,000 a year raise. Now, I've seen some good TikTok videos. I work at Walmart. You pay me shit wages, but I'm getting 40 hours a week. Okay? Yeah, that's the capital owner. But Stumpy, the problem is the worker argument is I'm entitled to, and that's just an entitlement argument. There is no counter argument. That's why the workers don't like it, and they don't like people like me, because I know both sides of the argument, and the argument is, well, why should I give the workers more money? I should give the workers more money because in some isolated instances, owner-worker co-ops actually start to generate more revenue. We know from some studies, if there's profit sharing involved, then more revenue gets created. Because if I tell you, you're going to keep half of all the additional revenue you generate, you start to figure out ways to generate more revenue. And that's great, except they never come with the buy-in. They never come in what they always do. These studies always involve something established getting divvied out to the owners. The workers become the owners. But I don't ever see any successful plans where they all start as worker owned and then they grow. Why? Because in order to get stuff going, you need people that are good at business. I don't mind risking the capital if you risk the time. I don't mind risking the time if you risk the capital. But you want me to risk the time and the capital for you to own part of what I have? That's why in some of the endeavors I had, friends would come to me and say, how much can I buy in at 50,000? None. I don't sell equity in my company like that. They're like, why not? Because I don't need your money. I could use your money, but I don't need your money. You give me 50,000, 12 months from now, I'll give you 60,000 back. 50,000 principal and 10,000 in interest. Oh no, I'm not looking for a return on investment. I'm looking to own a part. I'm not interested in selling a part. Fuck right off. Why? Because it took me 15 years to build this with blood, sweat, and tears, and failure, and learn, and fail, and learn, and fail, and learn. Now you want to come in after I've already done the lion's share of the work, and you want to buy a piece of equity for a pittance? It's the same thing with the workers. The Walton family doesn't need more billions. The Walton family doesn't get more billions. Walmart is a publicly traded company. If you want some of that money, fucking buy shares in Walmart. Ready? There you go. And here's what pisses me off, right? A year ago, Walmart stock was $87. Now Walmart stock is $120. Once a business is profitable and established, is the capital risk lowered and the labor needed higher? No. You can have an established business and still have variable labor needs and variable capital needs, because remember, and this is where people forget this. If you run a single store, you have to pay wages, you have to pay for inventory. If the amount of inventory you're buying is going down, the amount of wages that you're paying is going down, because if you don't have stock coming in because you're making low sales, you don't need a stock boy. If inventory is going up, that does not automatically mean that I can pay more wages. Because if I have a 3% markup, then me over here, it takes an awful lot of sales at a 3% markup for me to get to a point where I have the money I need. And this is where it's very hard to have a discussion. It sounds like profit sharing could be good or bad for the worker. Yes. Yes. Profit sharing could be good for the worker. Profit sharing could be bad for the worker. I have $100 million. And I decide to take $5 million of that to build a factory. I buy the building, lease the land, buy the equipment, put in the initial year worth of payroll to get the factory started. I buy all the raw materials. $5 million investment. And what happens is you come to work for $15 an hour and you make $31,600 a year. You get all the reward at zero risk. And I know somebody's gonna say, what do you mean I got all the reward? You came in every day, every work week, you sold 40 hours of labor. Every week you took home $600 minus taxes in pay. You go home at 4:30 when the bell rings and you slide down the Brontosaurus's back. You don't think about the company, the payroll, the inventory, the contracts, the debt. You're not there till 9 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night, trying to figure out how to sweat out payroll and keep the bank off your ass. You have zero stake in the game. And you turn around and you see, well, the company made $750,000 in profit this year. Why didn't I get some of that $750,000? Well, because, yeah, we made $750,000. I'm still down $4.25 million. I'm still down $4.25 million. Also, I worked way the fuck more hours than you did on the business this year. And there were weeks I didn't get paid. And I know the counter argument. Well, you don't need to get paid because you have 95 million in the bank. You're right. I don't need to get paid. I also don't need to work 65-hour weeks enriching myself on a risk, on a gamble, which, by the way, what's the betting line? A 20% chance of failure in the first year. A 50% chance of failure by year 5. An 80% chance of failure by year 10. I'm not saying that we don't live in a world that could make a little bit more money available for the workers. I'm saying we live in a world with an awful lot of fucking slugs that want to put their hand into my pocket before they realize Papa Jalan is there and I'm paying out wages and you got paid and they got paid and they got paid and I'm handing y'all a stack of fucking 20s and I get to the end of the fucking pile and I don't even have a single 20 left for myself. I have $14 left for myself. Every worker walked out of here this week with $600 minus taxes. And this particular week I walked out with $14 because that's all that was left for me as the owner. And it goes, we get into a big circular logical argument. Yeah, but you don't need the money because you have 95 million in the bank. Right, but my personal money isn't company money and I'm not getting the money I need. So what do? I shut down the factory because it's not profitable. Then I get all the workers like, oh, you son of a bitch, greedy motherfucker. You shut down the fucking factory and it was the only thing here. And I bought a house in this town and this, that, and I'll fucking jerk me off. Which way do you want me to be right then? I keep at it for 10 years and it takes 10 years for me to pay back my $5 million investment and the $3 million in salary that I'm entitled to. Yeah, I have a nest egg, so does that mean I should work for free and I'm not entitled to pay her benefits? Exactly. Workers think they're irreplaceable. Workers are replaceable until workers have skill sets, right? One of the things people get mad, Amazon fires people. Amazon fired me from the warehouse because I had too much time off task. Why? Because every time you weren't doing your assigned job, you were standing around jaw-jacking. Well, that's because they didn't have work for us to do. Okay, so did you clean up your work environment? Did you sweep? Did you take out the trash? Did you do things that needed to be done? Or did you just stand around like a bump on a log saying, well, moving wood pallets isn't in my job description? Okay, is there a person whose job it is to only move all the wood pallets? No. Okay, great. Then let's fucking move them and clean them and get this shit all out to the dock. The truck is running late. I 100% agree our job is to unload the truck. What are all the things that we can do between now and the time the truck gets here to speed run unloading the truck so that I can talk to the supervisor and say, yeah, all 6 of these guys are going to be TOT for the last hour because the truck wasn't here. Break. All the cardboard has been broken down. We bundled 5 packs of cardboard. It's all on the recycling. We swept the dock. We found 18 nails, 4 screws. We reloaded the utility knives. By the way, we need to order some extra blades. We went out, we cleaned up trash around the fucking dock pit. The boss will be like, well, fuck, you did a bunch of stuff that was you weren't time on task, but it's not your fault the truck wasn't here, but you kept yourself gainfully employed. And some people will say, well, I'm not going to do that because it's not in my job description. Danny DeVito from the movie Renaissance Man. What are you willing to do for work? If you give me a check, I'd be willing to cash it. I'm at work one day. I'm a young man. I'm at work. The front office stunk. It was gross. And I walked in and I was like, what the fuck is that smell? Like, as I walked in, I was talking to the president of the company. I was like, yeah, and I'll meet up with you for later for lunch. And as I turned, what the fuck is that smell? It smells like a dead skunk's ass up in here. And they were like, well, the janitor didn't empty out the trashes yesterday. And I really wanted to go donkey balls. This is prior military. Should have seen me before the military tempered me. I really wanted to go fucking donkey balls on all these people. Instead, I just opened up the janitor's closet, grabbed a big black trash bag, and grabbed a handful of the clear plastic bags for the trash cans. I said, everybody get ready to pull your fucking trash bag. So as I went, I picked up all the trash, and they all took a clear one, and I said, while I'm doing this, does somebody think that they can round up some air freshener or a candle or open some windows or something? Because it's eye-watering bad in here. I bundled it up. In a suit, I walked out to the dumpster, and the daytime janitor saw me, and he's like, what are you doing? I said, the nighttime janitor didn't empty trash cans in the front of the building yesterday, and the whole place stinks like takeout food. Didn't ask for somebody's head on a plate. Didn't scream. This didn't get done. When I went up front, I just made a note. When we had our upfront staff meeting, I waited a couple of days because I didn't want anybody to be embarrassed. I didn't want anybody to be like, I didn't want them to feel like I was calling them out on the spot, because guess what? You eat fucking tuna fish and mayonnaise and you throw it in your fucking trash can, your trash can's gonna stink. So when we had our next staff meeting, I said, important shit around the room. All right, as it gets back to me, I got two more things to say. Number one, I understand it's not our job to do the janitorial work, but right on the other side of that door that leads out onto the dock, there's a 55-gallon trash can. If you're eating stinky food, get up away from your desk, walk through that door, put your stinky food trash into there. I said, or I'm gonna have to make everybody take your break away from your desk and go eat in the break room. And you guys don't like the break room. You like to be at your computers on your break because we let them use their computers for personal shit on their lunch break. Number two, ladies and gentlemen, this is a professional environment. As I demonstrated earlier this week, I came in, there was a problem, I was in a suit, and I took out the trash. If I get here first thing in the morning and this place stinks, I'll take care of it. But if I'm out meeting with a client, and I'm gonna bring a client back to the office, I can't have a client come up here to the conference room where all the marketing material is, and it smelled like a goat's ass. Can we please be adults? If we come into work and there's a discrepancy, can we please take care of it? And I had one girl say, well, that's not my job description. Anybody else feel that way? Okay, good. Think I'm gonna give a fucking raise to the girl who says that's not my job description? I'm not asking you to do something that I didn't do, because I know for a fact, as the fucking director of marketing, my job is not to fucking empty the trashes, but it needs doing. I can't bring a client back here if it smells like a goat's ass. Let's keep it clean. Because the more money I make, the more money you make. But if I can't make no money bringing clients back here, you sure as fuck can't make any money. I don't need you. Then the girl that had, by the way, this girl had terrible fucking hygiene. She was the source of the fucking tuna fish and mayonnaise. This girl, she stunk. Can we just all agree? If you're a grown-ass adult, can we please all agree you need to shower? And I get it. I have a spouse who has a skin condition. My wife has to take her iPad to every product she wants to buy and scan the barcode because my wife has a bunch of skin allergies. My wife cannot use 95% of the deodorants on the market because she's allergic to the aluminum sulfide that they put in. If you tell me you have an allergy and you can't wear any deodorant, I'm going to look at you and say, I'm going to need that in a note from a doctor. I'm going to need a note from the doctor that specifically says you can't wear any deodorant. Because I understand you might not be able to wear modern deodorants with the aluminum sulfides in them, but there's something you can wear. So what was her response? She can't wear deodorant because of a skin irritation. So she used to just put more and more perfume on. She was older than me. I was a very young corporate executive. I had to pull her in one day and say, look, and the president of the company is there because the president of the company was female and my direct supervisor. I brought the girl in and I said, hey, the president of the company's here because she's a female. Unfortunately, she's not here because she's my boss. She's here because I have to have a conversation with you about you. I said, your hygiene is unacceptable for a corporate professional environment. She's like, well, I have a skin condition. I said, I do too. I have eczema on the backs of my arms. Showering isn't great. I said, what I will tell you is, if you can't take a shower every day, then take a French girl bath. Some of you know what a French girl bath is. George Carlin kind of expounded on it. If you can't take a shower every day for whatever things, you still have to wash the 4 key areas: armpits, asshole, crotch, and teeth. If I'm talking to you and your breath is making my eyes water, we have a problem. So I said to her, you can't just keep putting on more and more perfume. I said, so figure out a way to bathe. Yeah, slit, spits, and tits. But the problem is we live in a society now where if you put perfume on a turd, it smells like a turd with perfume on it. If you learned your job in 2 weeks or less, I don't want to hear about raises. Yeah. If your job, I guess we have to be the kinder, gentler fucking world now. Sure, there's no such thing as unskilled labor. Fine. Does it make you happy? We'll get rid of the phrase unskilled labor. Low skilled labor. If I can teach you your whole fucking job with 4 1-hour videos, you're not no skill. You're just low skill. Look, the fry machine at McDonald's is complicated. There's 14-year-olds that work at McDonald's. It can't be that fucking complicated. It's not zero skill, but I am saying that somebody with an IQ of 1d4 minus 6 can do it. There's the thing is there is no such thing as unskilled, and I'll agree with that, because if I just give you a shovel and tell you to dig a hole, right? You might not use a shovel very effectively. At the same time, I give you 2 shovels, I give you a spade, and I give you a flat edge, and I see you starting the hole with the flat edge. That's my fault. I didn't give you the minimum training necessary. Look, man, the flat edge is what you put in to cut the grass, so the grass cuts nice. You cut all the way around the square with the flat edge. Then you use the pointed spade to cut the grass roots and lift it out. Then you use the pointed edge to dig the middle of the hole. Then you use the flat edge to smooth the edges of the hole. You got it now? You good? Okay. That 35-second, you're not unskilled. You're just very, 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 very minimum skilled. I'll concede that point for him because that way I don't have to fight with it. Your job is to dig holes. Don't be expecting $50 an hour. I'm a sanitary engineer. I'm offended. But you know what? What I'll say is, I was a janitor because I did a lot. I've had a lot of jobs. I was a janitor, but I made $3 more an hour than the other janitor because I knew how to use the waxer. I knew how to strip wax and lay down a new level of wax. I also made $3 more an hour because I was trusted that I got locked in the store at night so I could wax the floors. Brought my laptop, brought my portable DVD player, right? Brought 2 meals worth of food. And my boss would be like, "Are you good?" "Yeah." So 10 o'clock comes, everybody's out of the store. Run down one main row in a TJ Maxx, strip all the wax. Run down another one, strip all the wax. Lay wax down. Make a sandwich, lay wax down. Look at the time. Do I have enough time to do another run? Yeah, let's do it. The one time I did the whole fucking floor. I waxed the whole floor and the break room. I was just on fire that day. Also, it helped that the boss had everybody pull all the shit out of the walkways, but everything was pulled out. I fucking stripped the whole, I stripped the whole floor, waxed the whole floor, waxed the back hallway and the break room. I was just laying on a couch in a Domestics. I'd fallen asleep. My boss came in. My boss came, kind of tapped my foot and said, "Do you sleep on the job often?" I said, "Oh, sorry, boss. I kind of got stuck here, but all the floors are done." My boss is like, "What do you mean all the floors are done?" I said, "Look at the floors. They're all done." My boss is looking around, walking everywhere. They're like, "Holy shit, man, you got all the scuffs out." "Yeah. The other asshole just puts wax on top of the scuffs. I don't do that." My boss was like, "Okay, how many hours were you asleep?" I said, "I don't know, about 2. My boss says, "Don't even worry about it. It's not like you could leave anyway." But that's the thing. People don't want to work hard. They want to bitch hard.
Say this again, because I don't.
They want to bitch. Like, I'm gonna let this one play. We're gonna talk about this one a little bit.
Did Columbus commit atrocities? Of course. But people back then were generally atrocious. Everybody who could afford one had a slave. The Sumerians, the Egyptians, the Greeks, Romans, the Arabs, British, the early Americans. The word slave comes from Slav, because so many Slavic people were enslaved, and they're as white as the Hallmark Channel. Being woke is like a magic moral time machine where you judge everybody against what you imagine you would have done in 1066, and you always win. A couple of years ago, they made a movie called The Aeronauts about the scientists who broke the record for the highest altitude in a balloon. In fact, they were both men. But the movie made one of them a woman because, as the director explained, representation is important. So true. Women never get enough credit for the things they didn't do. Did Columbus commit atrocities? Of course. But
So,
people back then were generally
That
atrocious.
particular video is really important because it talks about this phenomenon. It talks about this phenomenon of we say it's really easy for us to say African American slaves and all of slavery looked like the South. No. All of slavery didn't look like the South. And then I'll grab your question. All of slavery throughout time didn't look like the South. What we have is Slav were a group of people. Scalvus, the Latin, and enclave, esclave, the old French, the French before the French, and English, the Anglo-Saxon and angelic slave. Not all slaves were Slavic. Not all Slavs were enslaved, but it's the origin of a word. Before the word slave in Latin, they had service. A service was owned by somebody else, and it covered all slaves of all type regardless. But certain slaves, they were slaves, but they couldn't, they were servants, not slaves to the way that you think of it now. They had to be paid. They couldn't be brutalized. If you go all the way to ancient Egypt, Hem is servant. Bak is worker or laborer. Hem Nisu was a specific servant of the king. You could be a minister in Egyptian times, and your title was Hem Nisu, which you're the guy that manages all the king's taxes from 3 provinces, and you have the same name as the guy that brings the king his cup. And then there was another one that I can't even begin to pronounce, which referred to war captives. We have people in America, like I am not in, nobody had it worse than African Americans on the transatlantic slave trade. That is literally the epitome of bad slavery. That is like the worst. Chattel, being human chattel, ain't nothing fucking worse than that. With that said, I still don't think there's an argument to be made for reparations. But if anybody wants to make it, then I'll counter with, cool, we will give you approximately $350,000 in slave reparations. Tax you on it $350,000 so that we can give $1 to each of the northern families that lost a son or a brother or a father while they were ending slavery. Is there any precedent historically of reparations? Yeah, 40 acres and a mule. Go west, young man. Random question. Do you think getting paid for project completed rather than per hour generates a better product? Or could that cause cutting corners and less quality product overall? Okay. Being paid by the job can produce both of those things. When you're paid by the job and you have a deadline with a penalty, you will often do it quick and dirty to get it done, and then you'll make corrections as they're brought up. At the same time, like, I've personally run into this because I charge a lot for CPI work. For CPI work, I charge $75 an hour. And I've had companies, and I do smaller projects now. 4 hour projects. I do like RIEs, rapid improvement events, or I do JDIs, just do it's, or I vet work that they'll be like, will you vet this for us? Yeah, it's $75 an hour, 4 hours. Well, yeah, but here's the thing. 75 isn't cheap when you factor in, to buy my time for a full CPI event is $15,000. So you want Jalon to come in and do your CPI event. I charge $15,000. I am very good at what I do. I charge $15,000. You get 3 weeks of 40-hour weeks with me on site. After this 120 hours of me being on site, to bring me on site is 75 hours plus travel time plus mileage. The rest of the time that I'm working, I'm at home. And sometimes I'm done because it's really supposed to be 240 hours, give or take. 120 on site, 120 back home on analysis. I never quite spend 120 hours at home on the analysis because I've spent a lifetime developing my tools. I'm not there trying to make a template. I have I have the template for the 8-step problem solving. I already have it done. I already have it mostly populated. So I'm just going in and I'm filling in the blanks. That's weighted at X number of hours, but it doesn't ever take me that long. At the same time, though, sometimes I have to sit and talk and call colleagues and bullshit and chew the fat. But as I said, the one job I went to, end of the first week, guy was mad because of the amount of money that he agreed to thanks for tagging me. There's a fucking scammer on my account. Yep, I got it. Yeah, I got him taken care of. The problem is I was at a job site and at the end of the first week, the guy said, well, I'm a little concerned because I think $15,000 is a little much to be paying you. And I said, well, would you rather pay me 10% of the money I save? He said, well, I don't know. How much money do you think you're going to end up saving? I said, it's real simple. What we've discovered this first week is going to save you $1 million a year. So $1 million a year, 3 years, $3 million. Why don't you just go ahead and write me a check for $30,000 and I'll bring you back your check for 15. I'll bring you back your 15,000. You go ahead and give me 30,000. Or 300,000. Sorry. Why don't you give me a check for 300,000 because that's 10% of the money I've saved you. He's like, no, I'm seeing. You're kind for not basing it off percentage saved from the jump. Right. Because remember, Adaptable Fox, part and parcel of why I used to do CPI work was for something to do, just enough to pay for my vacations, but not so much. Like, I can't work every single day. I just can't. For me to be around people every single day, I'd have to go back on benzodiazepines. I just couldn't do it. But can I do 1 or 2 a year? Yeah, I can do 1 or 2 a year, and I file it and I say that I did it and it's all good. But the point is, analysis has a clear start and end with no operational maintenance afterwards. There may or may not be an execution of the analysis afterwards. You're right. You are absolutely right. But part of what you do when you do CPI isn't just fix a problem. You teach a culture of fixing problems. If you pay me by the hour, I have an incentive for it to take more hours. If you pay me by the job, I have an incentive to work 20, 21 hours a day, every day for multiple days in a row to get the job done and then send it back to you. But then we run into the problem of, I tell you it took 1,000 hours. No, I know what you're saying. And it becomes, do you want it done fast or do you want it done right? Well, you want it both of those, right? Because remember, what's the triangle? You can have it cheap, you can have it now, or you can have it correct. If you want it now and correct, it won't be cheap. If you want it cheap and now, it won't be correct. If you want it cheap and correct, it won't be now. That's just the statement of life. I know a crew of guys that build houses. 8 carpenters. Framing, I've never seen them take more than 1 day on the bulk framing, and then 2 guys go back the next day for cleanup and fixes. They frame a whole fucking house, 2-story house around here. 8 guys, 6 guys? 8 guys? I think it's 8 guys. 6 guys. Because they've got 6 guys and then 2 guys. Yeah, they have 8 total. It's 6 guys, 2 do the cleanup, and they do the inspection, the cleanup, and the redos. I also know 2 guys that build houses. Takes them 3 or 4 weeks to frame a house. Same price, just takes longer. The 2 guys that build houses together, they build like 1 or 2 houses a season. The other guys are framing a whole, they're the fucking or the subdivision guys. They're throwing up whole subdivisions in a season. The problem is that when you work that fast, are there defects? Yes. Because you put your emphasis on speed. If you put your emphasis on quality, you're willing to sacrifice speed. I think where we run into the problem is greed. How much is this worth? And greed is universal. Greed is eternal. More is the answer to what is it men want. They want more of what they have, more money, more house, more sex, more prestige, more influence. See, we used to be a society of good people. Now we're a society of bad people. Because it's not become a dog-eat-dog world. It's become a fuck the other guy a little bit sooner and a little bit faster and a little bit harder and a little bit deeper than he fucks you. That's where our problem is. The indifference of good people, because good people are just exhausted. Like, and it fit because this was actually, as I said, this was the video that I put out on my TikTok today. So this was today's TikTok. And right off the bat of my show, I had somebody come in and basically try to tear me down. But they pretended like they cared about Israel. Let's just think about the numbers game for a second. I have 40 people watching the show right now. And let's say each of those 40 people went and brought 3 people to my show. Grassroots marketing. And each of those people brought 3 people to my show. And then there's no further recruitment. So 40 people all each bring 3. And the 120 people each bring 3. That would take my show from 40 viewers to 520 viewers. If we jumped from 40 viewers to 520 viewers, that's a massive increase, right? That is from 40 to 520, that's a 1,200% increase. If I had a 1,200% increase in revenue, I would be able to start doing stuff, helping people. Like if I had a 1,200% increase in PGN's income, that friend of mine who got spousally raped last night wouldn't have to worry about dealing with that shit anymore, because I would probably have enough money to get that person squared away somewhere where they could then raise their 4 kids and not worry about having a douchebag husband. It's not that I don't have sympathy for my friend who got raped last night by her husband. It's that I just can't do anything about it. I can continue to throw her a 10 spot, a 20 spot here and there to buy her kids cereal or buy her kids acetaminophen when they need it. But I don't have enough money to be a philanthropist. I don't have enough money to solve her problem the way it needs to be solved. And I'll be the first to admit, somebody could hit me with but you're going to Disney 5 times this year. You're right, I am. But my cost to go to Disney is infinitely cheaper than most people's. Well, you could still go on no vacations and support that other family. But I still got to enjoy my own life. But even if I chose to go on no vacations, it's still, I take 100% of all the money that I spend on my entertainment. I still don't have enough disposable income to save another person. But I'm willing to keep doing this in the hopes that one day I grow to a viewership amount. It's your money, do what you want. Right. It's almost like you have to have stupid amount of fuck you money to do good work. But in order to get a stupid amount of fuck you money, you can't have good work morals. Something abusers, something jail sentences, 9 consecutive life sentences without parole. I'll go a step further. I honestly believe in prison reform. If you are sentenced to more jail time than takes you over 120 years in jail, if you will be over the age of 120 before parole becomes an option, execution. Because there's no reason for us to keep you alive for 70 years in jail. I'm sorry. You've been sentenced to, you are not eligible for parole until 300 years from now. Nope. We're going to speed track all of your appeals, get you in front of the Supreme Court, and then just execute you. You've committed such heinous and egregious crimes that you're looking at 1,000 years in jail before parole. No. Also, prison reform. I don't think I have prison reform on here. And I need to put prison reform on here because it's a big one. We have taken all of the rehabilitation out of incarceration. I think that if you go to prison is a great way to figure out where the failures of society are. I know what a lot of people are going to say. It's not society's fault. Kids grew up to be criminals. And my response to you is, it absolutely is, because society is responsible for everything that happens in that society. Why can't kids read? Because the schools are failing them. You are being a terrible cat right now. Stop stealing stuff. Hi. You want the people to see you? This is Athena. She is a teeny tiny terrorist. She's also liquid. She doesn't really hold her physical solid shape. She believes she is liquid. Hi. Would you please stop stealing stuff? That would make me so happy. Find Mittens. We'll play with Mittens. He's awake. We live in a society that literally wants to make every excuse in the world for why our society can't be better. There's nothing we can do about that. What else do we have today? Desktop. Today is the 23rd of March. Let's see. Gonna talk about this one. The Gen Z argument.
Gen Z doesn't know how to write a check. They don't know how to address an envelope. They don't know how to read cursive. They don't know how to read a paper map. They can't get anywhere unless there's a GPS map on their phone. All I'm saying is if Gen Z takes over the world, it's going to be pretty easy to get it back. We're just going to write our battle plans in cursive on a piece of paper.
If that was meant to come across as funny, it did not land.
No, it landed. It fucking landed. The problem with Generation Z is when they're in school, you can't fucking teach them because they have a clapback for everything. Why do I need to learn how to do math? Because I'll have a calculator with me every day on my phone. Yeah, except did you know that there was a whole series of calculators that were put onto the market that do the fucking math wrong? Did you know that? I think it was Casio. Casio put a whole fucking string of calculators on the market that did the math wrong. The only calculators are a tool for speeding up the math. But what kills me is that left to right, multiplication and division from left to right. 36 divided by 0. Can't even do this problem because you can't divide by 0. 6 plus 6 times 0 is 0. Divided by 6 is 0. 6. Well, they don't have, oh, yeah, I did when I put the video on. They don't have the fucking parentheses in there. Yeah, you have to put them in there. Just like this one. You take a negative sign and you turn it into addition of a negative. It's left to right. If something is already in parentheses, you do that first, you carry it down, and then you put in the parentheses from left to right. And it's not multiplication and then division. It's multiplication and division as the same priority from left to right. Addition and subtraction, there's no such thing as subtraction. There's the addition of negative numbers. But left to right. So there was a company that programmed their fucking calculators wrong, and they went on to the market. Yeah, division is multiplication. Subtraction is addition. But we don't teach kids. My daughter could not conceptualize division. And I said, well, what did your teacher tell you that division is? And she said she didn't teach us what division is. Division is a group going out into subgroups. Multiplication is subgroups going into a big group. As soon as I told my daughter that all division is 6 times 6 equals 6 groups of 6. Oh, well, that's 36. 36 divided by 6. A total divided into 6 groups. As soon as I taught my daughter that, fucking days and days and days of confusion and aggravation about math gone, and now she's just crushing math again. We don't fucking teach the kids what they're doing, but we give them a calculator. That's great. They still don't know what the fuck they're doing with it. What the fuck are they teaching kids now? If your kid is taking Common Core math, then they have to build columns of 10. They have to actually draw these little columns of 10. Fuck all that. Fuck all that. Fuck it. We ain't building columns of fucking 10. $12 plus 5. It's fucking 17. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 10 plus 2 plus 5. 10 plus 7. 7. What the fuck? What? Why the fuck did we take a 2-digit number and turn it into 10 plus 2? 12 plus 7 equals 10 plus 2 plus 5 plus 2. We take our 10, we take our 5 to make 15, plus we take our 2 to 4, so we get 19. How the fuck do you think Papa Jalan is going to teach you 12 plus 7? You're going to take your little digits. You're going to go like this because you're going to already know how to count and sign. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. It's 19, Papa Jalan. You're goddamn right it's 19, because if it's anything but 19, I'm going to throw a fucking Bible at you. The way Sister Mary fucking Francis taught me math. You've got digits. You learn how to count in sign language, then you can do addition and subtraction really easily. When I grew up going to school outside the US, we weren't allowed to use calculators until 9th grade. Everything was mental math or writing it out. Right. When you know math ad nauseum and you can factor everything, when you can factor everything up to the 12s or the 15s, and you can combine any two numbers up to 100 or subtract 100 minus any number down to a number, then you can start using the calculator because you know what the fuck you're doing. The other day, my daughter came home. They're learning geometry. Can we all please just finally admit to ourselves that we don't need to be teaching geometry to 7th graders as a critical thinking? Does math teach critical thinking? Appreciate the follow. Does math teach critical thinking? Yes. Yes, it does. Is math the only way to teach critical thinking? No. No, it is not. What do I mean by that? I did not have math classes in my undergraduate for critical thinking. I took 2 math classes in college. I took 3 math classes, but I took one at the other university. Or at the community college. I took business math, but my 2 math classes were liberal arts math and Math 121 for teachers. Do you know what Math 121 for teachers is? It is learning how to manage a grade book and knowing the difference between percent and percentile. I'm not joking. I wish I was. I took business math and liberal arts math. And somewhere in here I have a math class for keeping my grade book. but I had a class called American Political Thought. We don't need to bullshit and say math is important to teach critical thinking. We just need to teach kids to think critically. Every college has critical thinking now. You do it in your major. So why are we still caught up on, we got to teach every kid in America physics? Why? It's a fucking holdover from the space race. Why are we teaching every kid chemistry? It's a holdover from the space race. Why are we teaching kids biology? Because it's the way it's always been done for 100 fucking years. Which set of sciences do you think would better serve the American child without singletons like they're going to be a doctor, they're going to be this, they're going to be this? Should kids be taking bio, chem, and physics, or should kids be taking nutrition, health, first aid, and anatomy and physiology? Because I think that if you need to have a better society, I think your average rank and file child does better if you teach them nutrition, health, first aid, and anatomy and physiology. Faye Lynn, it's like 6 years ago now. My daughter was having a panic attack. I was streaming. I used to stream Wednesday nights. And my daughter messaged me and she was like, "Hey Dad, when you're done streaming, can you help me with my chemistry homework?" And I texted back and I said, "Fuck no, I can't. I don't remember fuck all about high school chemistry." And so she sent the problem to Discord. I put the problem up on the screen, and 3 or 4 smart people in my community were typing not just the answer, but the methodology in the chat. And then she was sending to me her questions, and people were helping her. That's it takes a village to raise a child mentality. I don't know how to calculate moles, nor am I ashamed that I don't know how to calculate moles, because I haven't used that shit in 30 years. At the time, it was 25 years. I ain't used that shit I didn't even take fucking chem in college. I think I might have taken organic chemistry. Right, and they're easy. And if my daughter had brought me the chemistry book that afternoon and said, "Hey Dad, I have homework. Here's the chemistry book. Can you refresh your memory on it?" I can do that. As I've always told my kids when they're in school, if you start to have a problem, it could be molar mass, whatever it is. What I said to her is, if you start to have a problem in school, you have to let me know as soon as the road gets rocky, so that you come home, you do your homework, then you give me your chemistry textbook, and I go to my office and I reteach myself, and then I can help you. But you can't fucking at 8:30 at night, you can't hit me with, "Dad, I don't know how to do this," because I don't fucking know how to do it either. And only one of us is required to know how to do it. Hopefully one day they'll stop making PE teachers that don't know anything about health teach health class. Hello there, Echo. I agree with this. This is what pissed me off. And there's a really comical part of it. When I was 20 years old, I had my teaching certificate. And all I wanted to do with my teaching certificate was, I swear to God, all I wanted to do was go back to my Catholic high school and teach. That's all I wanted to do. I had enough money that, because I had my house, I had my assets, I had my investments, I just didn't have a lot of liquidity. So when I interviewed at my old high school, they said, "Why do you want to work here?" And I said, "Because I want to give back to the school that helped me on my path, and that's why I became a high school teacher." and why I'm a reservist. I joined the reserves because of what happened on 9/11. They didn't hire me. Later, Stumpy. They didn't hire me. They hired a different guy who then, the same year I didn't get the job, he locked a girl in the bathroom. Now, to this day, every time my old high school hits me up for endowment money, I simply say, you taught me the entire time I was at that school that we pay it forward through good acts. I tried to teach at your school, which would have been my good act. Your choice was to hire a guy who abused a female student. Please don't ever ask me for money ever again. They have repeatedly reached out to me and said, would you be interested in teaching or subbing? No, I'm broken now. Well, if you're unable to teach, can we hit you up for a donation? No. We're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. If social studies is going to be such a key component of American society, why do we have high school teachers who are there to teach health, PE, and social studies because they're the head football coach, the head basketball coach, the head baseball coach? Very rarely do you find the head coaches at high schools being academic class focused instructors. You find them as social studies and PE. I know some of you are going to get mad at me when I say this. American high school sports is part of the downfall of American education. What we have, until the school I was going to for university is mostly broke because they gave all their money to their shitty football team. Let me show you why we have kids. No, you're right. But what I'm going to give you is the big talking point. In America, every year, 1,040,000 kids play high school ball. Right? Now, I know I'm not doing I know I'm not doing the real diligence here. Because I'd need to divide this out by fours. I'm not going to do that. This is the total number of kids that play high school ball. This is the total number of kids who play college ball. This is the total number of people that play in the NFL. Now, you take 81,000 and you divide it by 1,040,000. This means 7.78% of kids who play high school ball play in college. And again, if we were going to do this as a scientific study, that number would actually be divided by 4, but we're just trying to give the rough estimate. 2% of kids who play in college play in the NFL. But what's really scary, 0.16% of high schoolers who play high school ball ever make it to the NFL. And then when I actually do this number appropriately, it's 0.04, but we'll leave it at this for now. I don't know how many times I have watched kids at the high school level and the college level have it put into their fucking heads that they have a chance to make it in professional sports. And you know they do not. You know they do not have that chance. Because the deck is stacked completely against them. Yeah, it's great that kids do sports. It's great that kids do sports. But we need to do student athletes. Where student is the primary. When I was a teacher, high school civics, kid had a straight F in my class. He brought around his academic eligibility sheet to me, and I checked the ineligible box, F average, missing homework, and I signed it. The head basketball coach came to my classroom. I didn't have an office, and said, "You need to fix this because you said he's ineligible." I said, reached out, pulled out my old big green grade book, looked, and I said, "I'm glad you're here, coach. Maybe you can get through to your student athlete. Missing the House of Representatives worksheet, missing the Senate worksheet, missing the presidency worksheet. Got a 39 on the pretest. That's an F. 3 missing assignments and a 39 on a pretest is an F." The coach said, "You're ruining this kid's chances to have a future." And I said, "You know what? As a former high school athlete, as a former college athlete, the student needs to be in front of the athlete. So there's nothing you can do to make me change that grade because he has an F." The coach went to the dean, and the dean moved the kid into a different teacher's class, into like a Jocks for Rocks, a Rocks for Jocks class. And the new teacher said, "Well, since I don't have any assignments for the kid, I'm just going to say the kid has eligibility because the kid doesn't have an F. So because the kid doesn't have an F, they must have a passing grade." The kid didn't even get picked up on a college scholarship. So you took a kid, you filled his head through grade school, you filled his head through high school that he was going to go to college on a sports scholarship, and he didn't even get offered one. I saw that kid. 4 years later, I was back home from basic training. I finished my master's. I finished my teaching shit. I went to basic training. I came back. I saw that kid working in a fast food place. As I drove up, clear as fucking day, could see him through the window. Didn't even get food. So I don't even trust him to make the fucking fries. I feel like kids in poorer areas are encouraged to dedicate their life to ball because their school education is shit and college is too expensive for them to realistically go. The problem is that we get college scholarships to underprivileged black kids is fucking systemic racism, and black people don't like when I bring that up. And the university doesn't give a shit about the black kid. They give a shit about their basketball program, and they know full well that they gave a scholarship to a kid who, if he comes and he kicks butt and he wins us a championship, we'll figure out a way to get him a degree. And if he comes there and he sucks, we'll just bounce him for academic reasons, and he's not prepared to go to college. As I say all the time, let me see if I can grab a quick statistic, because I like statistics. If you know for a fact that 54% of your country reads at the 6th grade level, right? and 60 to 63% of your population goes straight to college after high school, and these are 18-year-olds, so they're included in this study, what you're telling me is 6 to 9% at a minimum of the kids you're sending to college read at half of the grade level necessary to start college. Because I want to remind people that 54% of the population of America reads at or below the 6th grade level. 20% read at level 1 literacy, which is considered the 3rd grade functional illiterate level. But the majority of the baby boomers and Generation X are fucking literate. So I don't want to get too particular down into the weeds. So 6 to 9% of high school graduates are going to college, and they're going to fail out in 1 or 2 semesters because they're not going to get it. I also want to remind you what college is. Is college easier than high school? No, it's not easier. It's more laid back, but it's not easier. You walk into my class at the college level. Hi. Officially, my name is Professor Jalan, but you can call me Jay because I look young and we're about the same age. I was teaching college in my mid-20s. Said this class is Introduction to American Government. I'm going to make this really simple for you. This class is your ability to read the book, regurgitate the book on 3 multiple choice tests and a 3 to 5 page paper. Said, that's it. That is all the class. Said, because this is a 100 level class, I am required to take attendance. My attendance policy is this. Attendance is worth 10% of the grade. I don't take attendance after our break because I taught at night. We had a what the fuck was the class? A 3-hour and 50-minute class once a week. I said, I do not take attendance after the break. I'm not required to, so I don't. You show up at 5 o'clock. I take attendance. We'll go to about 6:15. We'll take a dinner break. So those of you that are working can go down to the cafeteria, get something to eat before the cafeteria closes. So 5 to 6:15. We'll reconvene at about 6:50. And then we'll bang out what we need to bang out. We'll go. People were literally like, some of the high school kids, the college kids, they were in their first semester, they said, this is so much easier than college, or so much easier than high school. It's so much more laid back. Yeah, it is laid back. Halfway through the semester, I post grades on the wall, and people have D's and F's. And I'm like, they're like, well, you didn't give us like a study sheet. What? You're in college. What are you talking about, a study sheet? Well, you didn't give us worksheets to tell us what was going to be on the test. Not my fucking job. I told you. The test is a culmination of what's in the book. I go over shit from the book. One girl who had never come back after a dinner break. In fact, this girl routinely would come to class and at about 5:20 would stand up and leave. I didn't give a shit. You were here, I took attendance. Great. She turned around and she said, I've done all the reading, but your tests are unfair. How the fuck is my test unfair? Because you don't tell us what to key in on in the book. I said, I do tell you what to key on in the book. When you sit through 3.5 hours of lecture with a 30-minute dinner break, you can pretty much correlate the shit I talk about in class is the foot stomp for what the fuck's gonna be on the goddamn test, ladies and gentlemen. I'm asking you to read a 300-page book on the introduction to government. If you come to class and I talk about something, yeah, but the thing is, it says it was chapter 1 of 5 tests and it covered shit from 8 and 9. That's bad. That's a shitty professor. But my syllabus said weeks 1, 2, 3, and 4. Week 5 is the test. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Week off 15, final 16, and it's not a cumulative final. I get professors that do that. But we have it, like, when I went to that university, that same class was self-pace. Self-pace? Okay. I looked at my professor's syllabus. This is a self-paced class. I didn't go at night, so the testing center was where my tests were. This is a self-paced class. You have 3 tests to do. There's no paper. Each test is worth 30% of your grade. Attendance is worth 10% of your grade. Went into class, middle of August is when it started. 2 weeks later, I took the first test. 2 weeks later, I took the second test. 2 weeks later, I took the third test. It might not even been 2 weeks. 5 or 6 weeks into the semester, I had taken all 3 classes. And like a big boy, I went to the professor and I said, hey boss, I have 3 100s on the 3 tests. I said, have I come to enough classes to get enough points for attendance that somehow, like, if I have 90 out of 100 points, that should be an A, right? And I've been to some classes. The professor's like, yeah, but you have to have the test. I said, I've taken my 3 tests. It's how I met one of my mentors. The mentor said, if you have 3 100s on the 3 tests, you have an A in the class, you don't have to come back. I'd appreciate it if you did, but you don't have to. The very fact he said I'd appreciate it if you did gave me a whole new insight into the class, because I was no longer there learning the test. I was there writing shit down. I took that professor for 6 classes over my undergraduate. Iran just came out and said that no talks have been had with the US and Trump is just saying bullshit. I'm not surprised by that. Donald Trump is a fucking liar. Donald Trump Donald Trump had that talk in his head. Donald Trump would say something like, I had sex with a beautiful woman last night, and it's because he put a fucking ugly ass sock puppet on his hand. Donald Trump fucking lies all the time. Why would Iran have serious talks about ending the war over the weekend when Iran doesn't gain anything? People have made Donald Trump into a fucking rock star. He's making your life worse. There's no money to help feed starving children, but the Pentagon can burn through $400 billion. Because remember, once that money goes into the Pentagon coffers, it only comes back out with year-of-end fallout. Iran's parliament speaker said U.S. president is using ideas of talks to escape the quagmire in which the U.S.-Israel are trapped. Senior Iranian officials have denied Iran held talks with the United States just hours after the president claimed very good and productive conversations had taken place. No negotiations have been held with the U.S. Ladies and gentlemen, what is Israel's win condition here? There isn't one. That's the fucking problem. There's no win condition. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I heard a raised voice downstairs, and I wanted to make sure that my wife was okay. She's arguing with a cat. She raised her voice. I thought thought maybe she had left the front door open and some asshole had walked into my house. Who is there to negotiate with? Iran's government is still there and functional. But yeah, we've killed an awful lot of people in their government. I think people forget Iran has a parliament. They have a president. They have a supreme leader. The problem is, what's Israel's win condition here? Ladies and gentlemen, if there was a coup or a revolution and I ended up being the guy in charge, I would stop being Israel's ally. Israel is like that little fucking brother who runs his mouth all the time, and you end up having to get punched in the face an awful lot to bail your baby brother out of problems. If Israel wants to fight the whole fucking world, let them. The only reason why Israel behaves that way is because they know the US will jump in and save them. As I said 2 years ago, if I was the president 2 years ago when Israel started this shit, I would have called them up and been like, look, you're on the offensive and I don't like the fact you're on the offensive and you're stirring up the bloody hornet's nest. I'm not backing you up. And in 48 hours, I'm going to publicly announce that I'm not backing you up. So you can send your troops home because you doled out $500 for a 50-cent crime. Or in 48 hours, the whole Middle East is going to fucking be on your ass because I'm going to say I don't support you anymore. You could make Iran's government collapse by killing enough leaders, but it would take years. Yeah, because you got to kill. You have to simultaneously wipe out their parliament and their president and the 88 clerics and the Ayatollah. Like, their constitution is written in such a way that there are conditionals for what happens. They have an order of succession, just like the United States does. But the problem is, yeah, and the Revolutionary Guard leadership. That's why they have two militaries. The problem here is people, I gotta get the brainwashing that is happening to too many people undone. Iran is morally horrible. Muslims are terrible. Islam is a violent religion. Fuck off. Fuck right off. There are as many evil Catholics as there are evil Muslims. Right? We gotta fucking stop. We gotta stop with blind hate. Blind hate doesn't get anybody anywhere. I'm gonna show a video
doesn't know
because we can't talk about Iran without talking about Islam. And this is what people don't want to do. They don't want to learn.
You cannot ask your wife to chip in the expenses. You are not a real man. A man who agrees or demands his wife to chip in a little bit of her income is not a real man. I know that a lot of you is maybe shocked to hear this, but who cares? I don't care.
Did you know that? What Westerners have a hard time understanding is that Muslim nations are not a separation of church and state. Muslim nations integrate their religion into their politics. Islam, in the Quran, it says the husband is financially responsible for the household. There's no such thing as a two-income family in a Muslim household. A lot of people listen to the mainstream bullshit about the Quran, but what they forget is the Quran makes men superior to women in only one regard, and that is they are the decider of the household. You have the responsibility to the household, so the Quran gives you one additional right, and you are the decider. You can run your family any way you want, but at the end of the day, because you are responsible for the household, you have the final say. That's the only difference. He can ask his wife for assistance, but he can't take her money. Now, a Christian family, on the other hand, we have got to get out of this fucking mentality that Iranians are evil people because they are Muslim and Islam is an evil religion. There are evil fucking Catholics. There are evil fucking Christians. There are evil fucking Jews. Not that I have any firsthand knowledge of these, but I'm sure out there's been a Hindu or a Buddhist serial killer with some fucking warped mentality. Okay? Right? We have got to get out of the idea that they're lesser people. They have a 99% literacy rate. But they live in mud villages out in the middle of the desert. Yeah, they choose to. People choose to live in trailer parks in fucking Alabama. And what? I know Native Americans who just incidentally cured my blood poisoning to stinging insects with holistic medicine. I can't believe you went through this barbarous treatment from the Native American medicine man and you got stung with scorpions over a period of time so that you wouldn't get blood poisoning from stinging insects. Well, guess what? When I was at my wit's end as a young man, a young man, I had Native American friends who introduced me to their family, who I explained my medical issue to, and guess what? It fucking worked. Can they solve everything? No. But they looked at me as a friend of a friend, and they taught me how to heal my hands. Now my hands are fucked up again. Might swing back. Be like, hey guys, it's been 30 years and I'm losing use of my hands again. What we got? Trump thought it'd be Libya with the government collapsing when the top leader died. Right. And that's the problem. Donald Trump doesn't give a fuck about anybody but Donald Trump. President Jalan, maybe I'd be slow to action on foreign affairs and people would get frustrated with me, but our children would have books, our children would have food, we would be doing educational stuff, I would cap student loans to 15% and we'll retroactively fix your balance. But I would educate Americans and say, look, you're listening to Bernie Sanders talk about how we need universal Medicare for all. 91.2% of Americans have health insurance. Bernie Sanders talks about it like there are every other American does. 91.8% or 91.2, 91 something. I'm going to make it 92 just so it fits my previous numbers with an asterisk right here that I know it's not quite 92. Of the 8% of Americans that don't have health insurance, 4% choose not to. The other 4% fall in the cracks. And they literally can't get any. I want you to think about that number for a second before the next time you listen to a Bernie Sanders tirade about Medicare for all. 4%, 50% of the Americans that do not have health insurance choose not to have it. I had a friend, got fired from their job, They need medical care. They need to see a psychiatrist. They need to see a psychologist. And I said, you lost your job? Yeah, go down to the county benefits office. It's going to take you all fucking day. Take your birth certificate, your social security card, your bank statements. Take every piece of information they may need. Have it all be fresh statements. And go down there. Why? Because you'll get registered for Medicaid. Broke ass motherfucker with no health insurance, dead ass in the face. I'm not going on poor people health insurance. Never wanted to fucking bitch slap somebody so much in my life. You're not gonna go on what? I'm not going on poor people health insurance. Motherfucker, you're a poor person. Motherfucker, you are poor. These people vote for free. Yes, these people vote for all the free shit. Had a guy, I told you. Had a guy come into my store with a unemployment form. You need to fill this out. Reached into the cabinet, handed him an application. I said, you need to fill that out. He said, man, I ain't interested in the job. I ain't interested in helping you. Motherfucker looks me in the face and says, it's illegal for you not to fill out this form. Get out. You're not interested in a fucking job. You're interested in staying on unemployment. I didn't get up this morning at 4:45 in the morning to drive my ass up to this store that I don't want to be at because we're understaffed and I'm the assistant district manager, and not get mileage because I'm on salary. I didn't get up at 4:30 in the fucking morning to drive up here for you to tell me you're not going to fill out the application before I fill out your unemployment form. That ain't gonna fucking happen. That's not gonna happen. Looks like there's another video of a US F-15 being shot down over Kuwait today. God, I hope not. Yep. Another fucking US F-15 looks like it was shot down over Kuwait today. Great commander-in-chief we have. It's not his fault. Yeah, 3 weeks ago, if 3 F-15s got shot down, there should have been 3 Tiger teams investigating why. What I dislike is when people tell me I get free healthcare, so what's your problem with it? I'm like, first, asshole, I did 10 years in the military, so mine isn't free. And second, you don't want to experience what it's like to have to wait for care like I do. I agree with you because I have Medicare and then TRICARE for life and then the VA healthcare. I pulled a quote the other day. Somebody said, I wish I was as strong as you. No, you really don't. You don't want to know the pain I went through to become this way. The military turned me into a junkie. It took me years of embarrassment to admit the military was writing me pain pill prescriptions at a level that would make Dr. House blush. The military members make the joke about vitamin M and vitamin N. Went to the doctor because of my knee. What'd the doctor give you? Vitamin N? What's that? The big old naproxen? Hey, I went to the doctor. Yeah, he gave me Motrin, but it's a shotgun blast. Yeah, he told me to just pour the Motrin in, it'll be fine. Motrin and water. But when you're in the Air Force, they give you cough drops too. It's not always glamorous, but I still try to figure out who who to call the VA for this bill, and I just got labs. Right. Now the Pentagon is considering sending the 82nd to seize Karg Island. Okay. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to keep saying it until you all bring people with you if they need to hear it from me. There would have been no less than 50 contingency plans for Iran. I gotta be careful what I say. There would have been no less than 50 contingency plans for how to deal with Iran. Inside of each of those 50 contingency plans is a big fucking section called the Strait of Hormuz problem. Donald Trump kicked the hornet's nest knowing full well there is no answer to the Strait of Hormuz problem. It's 12 nautical miles across. You can fucking see across it. In order to move tankers in and out, they have to be near the Iranian coast, which means they have to be near shoulder-mounted weapon systems. You would have to put a U.S. service member every 50 feet down the beach, because all a guy has to do is come the fuck out of a fucking undersand tarp, pop up on a shoulder, and fire a rocket from a shoulder-mounted rocket system at a tanker. It's full of flammable fucking liquid. You don't have to have drones or rockets or bombs or missiles or guidance systems or command and control. You need a shoulder-mounted fucking system. And it's a tanker. They're hard to fucking miss. And all you have to do is aim for the water line. You hit it by the water line, it takes on water. If you don't punch through to the liquid holding tank, you still sink it. If you punch through to the liquid holding tank, you just flooded the Strait of Hormuz with fucking oil. Guess what you can't do there? You can't fucking push more tankers through. What if we annex 30 miles or whatever necessary of Iranian territory surrounding the strait? How do we hold it? We annex it, we take it. How do we hold it? It takes a lot of people to occupy an area. Shit, man. How many fucking times did we have to take the same fucking bridge in Iraq? If you want to hold a location, you need ×3 the indigenous population. You need 3 times as many people that are in that area to occupy it. Why? Because your people need to be able to sleep. Yeah, we'd have to put an army base. We would have to put FOBs everywhere. It would be like the fucking... It would be like the English forays into Scotland. You would have to have a fucking base and a garrison. And then you'd have, on top of that, you'd have to have roving patrol. It's impossible. It's fucking impossible. Because again, you just need one guy through the cover of night to move into position and then sit under a sand tarp, and when he sees the boat, pop up and fire. Donald Trump got us into a fucking war that has no win condition. Oh, well, the win condition is that freedom and democracy... Well, they don't want freedom and democracy. Well, it's the stop this... Do you really think, at the end of the day, that Iran's ability to fund terrorist groups is reduced now as it was 3 weeks ago? Iran is still shipping 1 million barrels of oil a day to China. And China has no fucking interest in dealing with the United States right now. China made $200 billion more last year than the year before, thanks to Donald Trump's bullshit tariffs. Where we have the problem is that, did you hear Trump say he spoke with the top guy in Iran and they want to negotiate, but when asked, he said he couldn't tell us who? Yeah, the problem is the top guy in Iran is the Ayatollah. The top guy in Iran is the fucking Ayatollah, and you just killed his dad, his wife, and his kid. He has no interest in negotiating with you. That was like when Donald Trump said something about a country that had, it's 9 nautical miles. It's a 3 nautical miles swath with a 3 space and another 3. There's two 3-mile channels. It's 12 nautical miles across overall. No, I'm aware. You can't have 4 nautical miles of usable because you have to have 3 nautical miles of space between tankers. It's 12 nautical miles across. There's a 3 nautical mile channel, a 3 nautical mile buffer, a 3 nautical mile channel, and a nautical mile and a half on either side of not usable at all because it's too shallow. If you only had a 4 nautical mile usable space, then you wouldn't be able to have passing traffic. You would have to have Mondays, it's all inbound traffic. Tuesdays, it's all outbound traffic. 4 nautical miles across isn't enough to pass tankers. They create too much wake disturbance because you need time for the wake to dissipate between the 2 sets of boats. Now, are there locations on the planet that it's inbound traffic and then outbound traffic and then inbound traffic? Yes, but not the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah. The shipping lanes are structured with a 2-mile wide channel for incoming, 2-mile outbound, and then there's a buffer between them, and then from the edge of the shipping lane to the shoreline. But I want to remind people that this is the same group of people who will talk about this shit, and it drives me insane. We have Americans that will say shit like this, and you're supposed to take these people seriously. The next time someone says it's a short drive across town, show them this map of Houston. The bluish outline is the state of Connecticut. Okay, so we have Americans that are this fucking dense, right? The city of Houston is this piece right here. The rest of that area is fucking Texas. It's not Texas, man. It's the Houston metro area. Okay. The Houston metro area is 10,000 some odd square miles. Connecticut is 5,500 square miles. No, I didn't put shit in there. That's what people did. The problem is, yeah, a metro area is not the city. Houston is 13% the size of Connecticut. When you do the Houston metro area, it's 10,000 square miles. Holy fuck. This is the shit I'm talking about. How can you have a conversation with people who believe this nonsense? LaGuardia Airport incident. No, ATC. Well, yes, ATCs are overworked. 2 pilots killed after Air Canada jet hits a fire truck, forcing LaGuardia Airport to close. Let me say this. Airports are busy as fuck. Okay? Hi, buddy. Airports are busy as fuck. If you're on the wrong channel, you might very well get the wrong instructions and move your vehicle past the red line, and we're landing entirely too many aircraft every hour at every American air. We have made air travel bullshit because we created so many transportation hubs, and the way we track metrics for the FAA just invites accidents. What I mean by that is you have to move ground assets around. Those ground assets have to pull up to the red line. They have to radio in for permission. And then when they're given permission, they're trusting the fact that no one's about to fucking land an airplane on them. Obviously, it's too soon for the NTSB to have done the investigation, but there definitely is going to be a big investigation because there was fatalities involved. We're living in a fucking nightmare. We're living in a world where Donald Trump wants to send ICE agents into airports to help augment Homeland Security, TSA, but doesn't want to have a negotiation. Every time the government shuts down, we lose air traffic controllers. Air traffic controller is a chew you up and spit you out profession under the best circumstances. In the Air Force, ATCs, more often than not, career shift halfway through their career. I knew an air traffic controller and she became a recruiter. And I said, would you ever go back to air traffic control? She said, fuck no. Yeah. I worked on a flight line that was so busy and they were so overwhelmed that we ended up having to put radios were no longer effective because there's so many people talking. We had to put in hard lines to ring into the tower to be like, hey, you've given me permission 6 times to move a K-loader and you keep fucking landing aircraft here. Oh my God. Yeah. Somebody wake the fuck up. But the problem is budget cuts. A new person comes in, misunderstands a call sign because that call sign wasn't the same call sign they used at their other location. Like, a lot of people struggle with radio etiquette. Our air boss's call sign was Air Boss. Why? Because you can keep giving the Air Boss cutesy fucking call sign names, but when the Air Boss talks, everybody. So our Air Boss's call sign was Air Boss. That way everybody knew, shut the fuck up. That sounds like someone's not giving the active runway to the ground controller after coordination, or they're not having the ground crewman switch to local. What's happening is we're getting permission and they're changing our light, but they're changing our light as if we're a pickup truck. And so, because you know what a K-loader is, a K-loader doesn't exactly get rolling quickly. K-loader with 6 pallet positions loaded needs a little bit, it needs a little moment to get it moving. And you're trying to cross a runway to do a load because some asshole put the ready line on the other side of the fucking runway instead of moving the fucking planes over to the north 15 so we could come up the side of the runway, the inside of the red line. We have to cross an active runway to go to the other 12 parking spots, and there's no way around it. There's no other way. We have to cross the fucking the runway. I'm sorry, guys. You need to stop fucking inbound traffic. Well, you need to get that thing across the runway faster. What, would you like me to get out and push? It takes a minute. It's slow. Well, it needs to move. Its maximum speed is 15 miles an hour. Oh, the talking stick. I just call it the talking stick. But okay, yeah. What was happening is they thought that the call-in was a forklift. After the after-action report and the what the fuck happened, they were expecting it to be a forklift zipping across moving 1 pallet. Not a Halverson moving 6. I mean, you're talking about 60,000 pounds. And you don't want a fucking aircraft to T-bone a K-loader with 60,000 pounds on it. Because it's going to push back.
You cannot.
You cannot. Let's see. I love people like this. People like this make me...
I'm not paying...
People like this make me so happy. This is probably going to start a second time before I get back.
I'm not paying back my student loans. They can come fucking garnish that shit out of my paycheck, but I am not going to willingly pay back my student loans. Do you know why? Because I've paid so much into taxes my entire adult life that I shouldn't have to pay for fucking shit outside of that. So they can come take it from me if they want, but I am not willingly paying back my student loans. You guys can fuck off. I'm not paying back my student loans. They can come fucking garnish that shit out of my paycheck, but I am not going to willingly pay back my student loans. Do you know why? Because I've paid so much into taxes my entire adult life that I shouldn't have to pay for fucking shit outside of that. So they can come take it from me if they want, but I am not willingly paying back my student loans. You guys can fuck off.
So this wonderful specimen of fucking humanity here believes that because she paid taxes, she shouldn't have to pay back her student loans. How about we do another one? How about we just toss your ass in jail until you decide you want to pay your student loans? Because if you have no intention of honoring a loan that you took, I think that's the textbook definition of fraud. Look, I get it. I 100% want to cap student loan interest at either 10 or 15%. I'd need the budget sheet. We should not be profiting on student loans. But the alternative is, you know what I really want? I really want to get rid of all federal student loans. That's what I really want. I really want to just get rid of it. Here's why. I didn't get student loans, grants, anything for college. I got scholarships. I walked out of college with a $0 balance and probably some psychiatric conditions. A lot of long days, a lot of long hours, working full-time, working part-time, and going to school full-time. Kind of sucked ass. Being a student teacher and working Monday through Friday at the school on a 40-hour week, unpaid, and then working 40 hours that week at the store and going to 2 classes sucked balls. But I joined the military and I arranged my post 9/11 GI Bill to go to my kids. So because I took steps to make sure my kids can go to school, why the fuck would I want a student loan program? And the answer is because I'm educated and I understand the value of an educated populace. But it's really hard to want to pay for some of these dipshits to go to school. It is really, really, really difficult for me to want some of these people to go to school because they're fucking dumb. They're fucking just dumb as shit. Maybe school can fix them. No, the problem is school can't fix them because they're doing shit like getting degrees in gender studies. My problem is, what you have is you have people. I want to see if I can find this. Activity center, my comment history. Oh, I'm gonna grab this one because this one is this one is unfucking real, that we have to deal with this level of numpty. We literally have people that don't understand how life works. Let me grab this one because I want you guys to see why I think TikTok needs to go away. I think TikTok needs to be. I'm not trying to take away for people to make money, but I think that there is entirely too much bullshit tied up into our society, and we're never going to be able to fix it. Listen to what this dumb fuck says.
Babies are born, the doctor looks at them, and they make a guess about whether the baby is a boy or a girl.
When a baby is born, the doctor makes a guess? What?
When babies are born, the doctor looks at them, and they make a guess about whether the baby is a boy or a girl.
What scares the fuck out of me is this motherfucker is sitting in a classroom. I'm fucking nervous this person is a teacher, because that looks like a classroom to me. Babies make a fucking guess.
When babies are born, the doctor looks at them and they make a guess about whether the baby...
A guess? I responded to this. Doctors don't guess. Doctors don't deal with gender at all. Doctors only give a shit about biological sex. Now, you have one of three. Baby is born. External genitalia is female. Little baby girl. External genitalia is male. Little baby boy. And then we run into either intersex. Oh shit. Baby has both external genitalia. Baby has neither external genitalia. They go right to surgery. Or if they're intersex, they start doing some DNA testing to figure out, oh shit, what quite happened here. Doctors don't fucking guess your gender. Doctors don't give a shit about your gender. Doctors care about your biological sex. You have people like Hassan and Asmongold on Twitch with 50,000 viewers. You're right. The problem is, I liked Asmongold when he stayed in, when he pretty much stayed in video games. I agree with about 90% of his video game views. He's moved into politics. I think Asmongold as a React creator is a really good creator to say what's wrong with somebody's view. But when you ask Asmongold his solutions, I don't think he should be jumping into that avenue at all, because I think it's beyond his capability. Yeah, his solutions are often batshit crazy. There are a lot of people that are good at the devil's advocate position and can tear apart a proposed solution. And we need those people, and I think Zach is very good at that. But organically coming up with answers, just because you have 3 million viewers or 3 million followers does not mean you have great ideas. I think he's very good at React content. That guy will be in some HR department in 5 years and wondering why he's only making 35 to 50K a year with his 4-year degree and a lack of meaningful employment to be found. Right. The problem is this, and you hear me use that phrase a lot. This society has a lot of problems. You're not respecting my identity. You're right, I'm not. Well, you should. Why? Because you should. Why? Well, you just should. That's not an answer. You're not respecting the pronouns I want. You're not respecting hundreds of years of respect. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Yes, sir. No, sir. I have a new back therapist. It's taken me a while to find a new massage therapist. I'm very particular about who touches me. I don't like being touched, but with all the damage to my neck, my shoulder, I need massages. I have a TENS unit. I have the other unit. I've done dry needling. I do my physical therapy every day. I do my arm rotations every day. I do my lift every day. I need massage therapy. I've gone through a couple of massage therapists for one. I don't like them. Like, one of them, I went in and she just would not shut the fuck up. Like, I even said to her, I was like, look, I'm not a big talker. When I'm here on my massage, I'm not a big talker. I'm a focus on my breathing guy, so you can do your job. She wouldn't shut the fuck up. Now, the new one I found is great. She's awesome, right? But what we have is, I called her ma'am because I was raised with manners. And she was talking to me. I said, no, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. And she's like, is there a reason you're calling me ma'am? I said, well, your name is Susan and you have a ponytail and you have no Adam's apple. Would you like me to call you sir? And she kind of laughed and she's like, well, no, but I'm younger than you. And I said, oh, I'm ex-military. I would refer to an E1 who had positional authority as ma'am. If I go in to do my payroll form and it's an airman, positionally, that airman has all the authority over my paycheck. I can call that airman, no airman, yes airman, but I can also just as easily be like, no ma'am, yes ma'am, because it's a sign of respect. we've gotten completely fucked up in our values as a society. Ma'am is disrespectful. Sir is Brewski, get the fuck out of here. You have sir in your username. You're disrespectful. I will say yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am, or sir to the 18-year-old McDonald's taking my order despite being over a decade older. Yeah. I like the South. I don't like your rampant racism. I like the South. I like the politeness. I like the tea. Did I see the statistics posting spree Trump did on Truth Social today? No, because I've been live. And Donald Trump's Truth Social wasn't high on my list of things this morning before I went live. But I didn't even realize what fucking time it is. The issue we have is the world we live in right now is hot garbage. That guy earlier today that came in, Israel is committing war crimes and nobody's talking about it. I talk about it all the time. You're streaming to 29 people. You're a no one. Okay? But like Bruce Wayne said to Commissioner Gordon before Gordon was the commissioner, now there's two of us. I don't think that's the perspective. I believe they see it as like an elderly respect, so it makes them feel older. Sure, it has to do with respect, but I'm not sure why they're responding like that. It's because we haven't taught people, many people don't know how to behave. Because we're a society that doesn't know how the fuck we want to behave. We no longer, right? We no longer, women don't like to feel old. That's been a thing since forever. Right, women don't like to feel old. But women get mad about men's clothing. Men, if you're wearing a 36, 32 pants, it means your pants are 36 around and 32 long. When you buy shoes, yeah, men's clothing. When a man buys a shoe and it's a 10 and a half, it's 10 and a half inches long. That's what the fuck a men's 10 and a half means. It means 10 and a half inches. Men's pants, inseam, waist is inches. Women, they don't want to feel disrespected, so a woman doesn't have a 32-inch waist. She has a size 12. She has a size 14. Because we want them to feel good about themselves. Women's clothes, the sizing gets smaller and smaller, but the women are getting bigger and bigger. Men, go to a suit store and buy a suit from a man, and a man is going to give you some shit if you're heavy, because he's going to recommend suspenders over a belt, because he's going to say, look, you got two choices. If you want to look good, I recommend suspenders, because it's going to be able to keep that pair of pants up over that good eating. He's like, what we can do is we can position the belt loops a little off to the side, so if you lose some weight, you can switch to a belt. But you want this to be a suspenders suit, because you got that good eating. And what do men do? They laugh about it. Yeah, I do. I got that good eating. Just make me look good in this suit. It's for a wedding. You ever heard of a man? Have you ever heard of a man going to the suit shop, getting sized for his suit, and instead of buying the suit that day, coming home and immediately saying, I gotta go back in 3 weeks, the wedding's in 6, I'm going on a diet so I can lose 20 pounds. Maybe the groom. Men are allowed to be as fat as they want. But a woman puts on 5 pounds and everything starts being pointed out. You got a sports bra on, you got back fat. You got tight jeans on, you got a muffin top. Nowadays, I think that's happening with our youth more than you think. And it's not a good thing. I had an Instagram at one point. I deleted it because something on my Instagram could have been related to how people were able to dox me. 1 second. But I'm fortunate. I have adult children. I have all adult children except for the last one. And the last one's 13. As I've told you, I'm not friends with my kids until they're adults. Because as a 36-year-old man, I have no business being friends with a 14-year-old girl. But now that my daughter is 24 and now she's a parent, you can be more friendly with your kid because you got some shit in common. I reach out to Stripper. I use code names for all my kids now. I reach out to Stripper because my daughter, she grew up. I said to her, hey, I'm having a hard time with your sister. The thing that I had a hard time with is I was just on Instagram one day and I've started posting like sushi pics again and shit like that. And one day I clicked on Instagram and there's my little cuz and there's some other family members, and at the top of the page was my 20-year-old. And I clicked on my 20-year-old's Instagram, and as I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, oh, she's having fun. I'm clicking. And then I get to this compilation video, and she's like, well, it's last summer. It's the end of the summer. So I clicked on it. And then immediately got up, walked to my wife, and I said, number one, do not click on Melly Umpkin's end of summer video. Number two, please talk to Melly Umpkin about why this video is inappropriate. My wife's like, why? Because it is not appropriate for you to be in a string bikini and have a picture of your whole fucking ass on the goddamn internet. What'd my wife say to me? She's 19 years old. You may not like it, but it's her choice. And I was like, son of a beach. Son of a beach. I really want to be angry about this, but I really can't be because my wife is absolutely correct. I cannot parent a 20-year-old the way I would parent a 14-year-old. I simply cannot do it. It might make me uncomfortable. I know, apparently, according to my daughter, my wife, my friends that have daughters, my female friends that have daughters from back when we were, they were all like, you can't say anything to her. You can't say anything to her because she's not out of societal bounds for 2025. She's out of societal bounds for 1997. And I was like, fuck all these people. They're all fucking wrong. Let me talk to my daughter. Let me talk to my 23-year-old. I talked to my 23-year-old, and she's like, she's a great kid. I love her. She's like, Daddy, you can't be upset for her having a picture in a string bikini on Instagram. And I my 24-year-old, she's great. I said, why the fuck not? And she's like, Well, then that would require you to disown me because I became a stripper. And I was like, yeah, but I never had to see it. And my 24-year-old, wise beyond her years, said, I don't think Melly Umpkin posted it intending for you, in all caps, to see it. Fuck. She's right. I want to be mad. I want to be mad. But can I be mad? I can't be mad. A company's trying to fuck me out of a $200 PayPal refund, and their disputed evidence was 5 pages long, all of it to do with the parent company's terms and conditions. No. Yeah, I can be mad. But the problem is, Master Blaster, and I'm glad you said that. I can be mad, but I can't tell her what to do. But the problem is, I did not go snooping around. I didn't go snooping. That's the part why I made sure to lay that out. All I did was click on Instagram, and at the top of my screen was my kid. And I was like, click, that's my kid. But at the end of the day, where you're correct is that, yeah, I didn't go snoop if it's a public Instagram. But where my friends were really, really, really insightful for it is my friends were like, because I had my own place early on. I had my own house with a pool at 18. And my friends were like, Jay, I was like, what's up? Do you remember when we were all 17 and 18? And I said, yeah. They said, your backyard pool was tops optional. Fuck. Luckily, I have good people, and I went to the council and I asked before I made myself look like a jackass. And that's the thing. You're right. I wasn't putting it online. But their lives are all online. See, they're citizens of the digital age. And to be honest, my friends who I talked to, they said, like you said, we weren't putting it online, ... because we had no ability to. There was no, we didn't have Instagram or Facebook, right? I'm sure if we did, Generation X would have been the lewdest, most derogatory generation ever. If Generation X had Generation Z's online capability, we would have been responsible for the internet being closed down. I think we can all agree with that. And the truth is, once a couple of my female friends explained it, they were like, at least she had both pieces of clothing on. You might not be happy that it's a piece of string up her ass crack, but my one friend was like, but you know full well, once girls started turning 18 and could spend the night at your place, clothing was a lot of the time optional. And I'm like, fuck yeah, we were degenerates. I think we were worse as a subculture because a lot of us turned 18 and moved the fuck out of our parents' homes because we didn't have a choice. Now, I don't think that the moral guardrails that people have is due to them being more moral. It's that they're stuck at home. And it's hard. I have no sons. I have all daughters. So it's not like my first kid was a son and he has 4 younger sisters, and I can say to the boy, be like, hey. And unfortunately, my daughters fall between 2 generations. I can't really be like, deal with your little sister, because I have good children. I have good daughters, and they're like, Dad, I can talk to her if you want. Do I feel like it sort of feels like a discontinuity of the values you want in your family? My knee-jerk reaction is to always think that way, but the reality is, and I'll say this, Stripper, the 24-year-old, she has more tats than me and her mom combined.
Dance.
But she cleans up very, very well. She can put on a dress other than the newest tattoo she got. She can put on a dress and not have any well, she has to put on a specific type of dress, but she can put on a particular dress and not have any visible tats. It's getting harder and harder, but she can. And I think that's the problem. And as a therapist, as a provider, as a counselor, as a mentor, I think the problem I suffer from the most is that I walked this path in the 90s. Holy fuck, I'm old. And in the 90s, this was the appropriate direction. The problem is this is 2026, and that way is probably the better road now. Going this way for Generation Z is probably the smarter goal. Like, in our community, and I'll never call these people out of who they are, but in our community, we have a handful of OnlyFans girls. And I think, part of it is that fatherly mentality. I'll help an OnlyFans girl with her marketing, with her accounting, with her investments. Not think twice about it. Because that's not my daughter, right? Well, my daughter shows too much cleavage, and I'm like, whoa, put some clothes on. She's like, Dad, I'm 24. Don't care. Fucking put some clothes on. Dad, it's up to almost my collarbone. That's okay. We got turtlenecks, right? I want fucking clothing up to your ears, to your wrists, and to your ankle bones. We need the fucking Hester Prynne Puritan fucking dress for my kids, right? You know what I'm saying? I think we've reached an impasse with society. Now, I didn't get a chance to talk about. I was going to talk about Ukraine today. I didn't really get a chance to talk about Ukraine. I think what we have is we have. Can we all agree that Donald Trump is walking us right up to the fucking border of fucking World War? I think we're right up to the border of this shit's getting surreal. Somebody said, what if this airport thing doesn't get resolved by the World Cup? You're right. My wife and I are already making backup plans for what we're going to do if the government shutdown is going on when they're trying to fly down to Florida. Wouldn't it be nice if we lived in a country that, I don't know, functioned? Pretended to function? I mean, we don't even need to get down to the idea of like actual functionality. Wouldn't it be nice if we lived in a country that's somewhat functional? Donald Trump is beefing with everybody. Donald Trump is quite literally fighting with everybody. His rapid response team are calling people dumbasses. Well, here's where the problem comes in. And this is the parting shot for today, and I'll be back on Wednesday. It takes too much money to run for president. The only way to get money to run for president is by having a bunch of rich donors that you are then beholden to. A person like me would never get elected president because I want to make the populace literate, financially literate, fed, housed, clothed. I want to make college stop being for profit and for education. I don't want to get rid of student loans and make community college free like Bernie Sanders wants. I want to fix elementary and high school education so that 69% of people coming out of high school read at the 12th grade level, and then we'll keep working on it. I want to live in a country, in a world, on a planet where people don't hate the Muslims because of the Western lies that they've been told about the Muslims. A lot of people hate Muslims and they have no idea why, because it's the same reason why you hated the commies in Generation X, because they were always the bad guy in the movies. I want to remind people that ultimately in America, there was one really big terrorist attack perpetrated by Islam, and the rest of the major terrorist attacks in America were perpetrated by white American Christians. I don't want to take the guns out of the hands of the transgender people, because to date, out of 5,000 mass shootings, 5 have been perpetrated by transgenders. The rest have been perpetrated by non-transgenders. But the moment you say that, you're against whose turn it is to be blamed for everything. I don't blame transgenders for why my life is bad. I blame transgenders for the stupid shit they say. You have to call me Z-Zer. You have to call me clown self. No, the fuck I don't. What is Trump's red line? His mentality with the strongest military in the world is the worst possible combination. Well, the problem is nobody knows what Trump's red line is, but you are correct that we are in a really shitty spot with a guy that's unstable being in command of the world's largest, strongest, most powerful military. I don't know what the end result is. I don't know what the red line is, but I think the end result is this country tearing itself apart because we've been convinced that we need to fight a race war so that we don't start fighting a class war. I don't have a problem with people who are brown, black, sand-colored, olive-colored. Don't give a fuck about any of them. Today was the end of the 48-hour threat, but he turned around and said, I'm delaying the bombings because I've had good talks with Iran, and Iran came out and said he hasn't talked to anybody. Donald Trump probably said some fool-ass shit and then was told by the Attorney General or his allies or somebody said, you just in writing said you were going to commit war crimes. I got to get out of here. My voice is mostly gone. I'll be back on Wednesday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination.